Well, hard to believe it, but down to our final week of racing here in the Echelon Racing League as we move into the championship weekend. Brad Sarner here with Lauren Hall for Lauren, what seems like has been an incredibly long season. Only imagine what it's been like for the riders, but I have to imagine as a pro rider, this final weekend is a big one on the calendar.
Yeah, nothing like national championships to raise the level of racing and intensity and nerve. So today is going to be another great race.
Before we get into our final weekend of racing today, let's go back and talk about last week for what was week 5 of the Echelon Racing League. It was the Joe Martin stage race out in northwest Arkansas. 3 days of racing, but it really came down to the final day. What a battle on day 3. We saw Jaden Yeager try and lead it out early, but watch this from Kevin Bouchard Hall coming right up the left side of the group. We see Matt Usborne then surge ahead for the Above and Beyond Cancer team, and Usborne ends up holding onto this one from 100 meters out. You talk about a long bomb in an RGT sprint. You do not see many races that you see a rider launch from 100 meters out and able to hold on. So great ride from Usborne. He was obviously cracked after his ride, but an appropriate response for the ride that he put in. 4.64 watts per kilo. His teammate Oliver Dowd ended up in second, and then Kevin Bouchard Hall in third, the American.
I don't have words to describe it in anything like a PG-rated manner. I couldn't have done it without my team. They were setting me up every single lap. We were timing the length of the hill, and we got a pretty good idea. I'm certainly not the fastest guy on our team, so they kind of figured out where they could, what pace I needed to launch from, and I'm so happy it was able to work out. I got a whole team of guys here. We're absolutely all in today, and I think you could see it in the way that we rode. And hey, congratulations to the competition. Ben Thomas, amazing athlete. Kevin Bouchard Hall, what more can you say? Guy's an absolute legend. I've actually looked up to him. He's a couple years younger than me, and when I was racing in Europe, he was coming up in the States, and he was like the hot prospect. And I've loved everything he stood for. I just admire him greatly. Same with Jaden Yeager. I think Zach Nair had a bit of bad luck today too, which is, kind of part of the game. But too bad. Amazing athlete.
Well, maybe no team better organized than the Above and Beyond Cancer squad. They have obviously a well-oiled machine going with those green and white jerseys. That showed last week. Jaden Yeager at the top of the current series leaderboard with just under 2,000 total points. Ben Thomas sitting in second place overall for Team Tour 2000, presented by Callis, and then Brad Bickley in third place overall for the Above and Beyond Cancer team. A lot of riders like Zach Nair, Kevin Bouchard Hall, Matt Usborne, they've had good weekly results, but it's been the consistency of Yeager and Thomas that got them to the top of the series leaderboard coming into last week, Lauren. It's not about having 1 week. It's not about having 2 good weeks. It's not about having 3 good weeks in the Echelon Racing League. You got to come prepared to play every single race.
Yeah, and even looking down, like you said, is Zach Nair, the potential for him to move up in GC today. Again, someone that shows up every week, may not be on the podium. He's been so close so many times sitting in fourth. So I think today is kind of his day to have that opportunity to move up and make the podium for Project Echelon.
A lot of pressure on Jaden Yeager, obviously looking to defend his overall lead in the series here. He'll have Ben Thomas coming for him, but he should have a pretty comfortable lead for Yeager. Again, he did a lot of his work early on in the series here, so he has a nice lead coming into this one with about a 100-point lead over Ben Thomas. That did change a little bit after last week, but Jaden Yeager looking better and better every week for the overall. I can't think of a more deserving guy to win the overall, if nothing else, for the consistency of Season 2 in the ERL.
And talk about, teamwork and having good teammates that can help you out and to take points away from Ben Thomas potentially in some of these other races. So, like you said, yeah, Yeager showing up every week, but also his entire team just being there for him and that support. And everybody has talked about the importance of team and teamwork throughout this entire season.
Well, they're going to have a chance to show it again today as we race on the Leuven Real Road Course. Now, this is a departure here in the Echelon Racing League because normally we've been racing on courses that mirror American road racing courses. Today, we're racing over in Belgium. Lauren, this is a twisty, turny course. There's plenty of climbing. I think this is a great way to end this series. You talk about a worthy winner. This is absolutely an all-rounders course.
No doubt. You look at all these left and right turns and playing the game, the RGT game, and knowing how to sprint out of those corners. Yeah, there's a whole lot going on this course today.
It's going to be interesting to watch the riders navigate it. We will have riders from all over the country participating with us throughout the day today. Obviously, our international riders as well. It's been a real pleasure having everyone joining us from all over the country and all over the world. It's been really cool seeing. I learned about more time zones this year than I knew even existed. It's been fun looking up the time zones that our local riders are racing in. Speaking of riders, we do have some riders from the Project Echelon racing team riding together up in Wisconsin. They're riding at a Lifetime Fitness together. Jaden Yeager is going to be there. Eric Hill is there. So we're going to have some of our big hitters together in the room. This is going to be a really, really cool thing where we're sort of seeing, I think, the future of esports. We're going to start seeing more of these in real life competitions that sort of bleed over into the virtual world. So they're going to have some fans. They're going to have some guests. They're going to have sponsors, friends and family. They're cheering them on in real life. So I'm really excited to see this sort of meta concept where we're bringing the in real life riding into the virtual world.
Yeah, and if you remember back to Eric's effort that he had last week and in those last in that last climb and how hard he went, like that could be so much motivation for Zach to know that he has spent every bit of his energy for his teammate, and being right there beside him helps so much.
It's going to be really interesting to see what it's like, how the racing changes when you can see the competitors as well, right? I know they could see each other on Zoom earlier, but now you got to worry about those tells. Make sure you're not giving too much away out there. So it'll be interesting to see if they put their poker faces on when they're next to their competitors out there right now. As we said, coming into the final week of racing here into the championship week, it has been so cool sharing these American races with riders from all over the world and obviously giving the American riders a chance to check out some of these courses. Obviously, on RGT, we ride on the real roads, which are based on these in real life courses for races like Indy Crit, the Tour of America's Dairyland. We went to Gateway Cup in St. Louis. Then it was the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic out in Durango. Next up, we went to Silver City, New Mexico for Tour of the Gila before heading to Tulsa, Oklahoma for Tulsa Tough, and then Intelligentsia Cup in Chicago. We were at the Joe Martin Stage Race in Northwest Arkansas, Fayetteville to be exact, last week. And this week we are in virtual Leuven, Belgium for the league championships here for the final stop of the Echelon Racing League. See a lot of the same names when we look back at the last 5 weeks of racing. We're going to talk about Jackie Godby a lot as we get into the women's race after this, but names like Kevin Bouchard-Hall, you see Jaden Yeager up there winning week 4, and then Ben Thomas, our GC winner last week, into week 5. So we have a pretty good idea of who the hitters are at this point. And Lauren, in this men's field, there are plenty of them. This one is wide open, at least for the stage win today.
Yeah, and kind of looking back at some of those races that we've had, that in having the men's, you have so many different podium winners here, and that just kind of tells you a little bit of a mixed bag of we've had everything this season, sprinting, climbing. So it's good to see that on the men's side. Jackie, yeah, like you said, she's probably locked everything up, or she has locked everything up, and she's just unbeatable at this point. But yeah, I'm excited to watch this men's race unfold today in Leuven.
Well, riders preparing. Looks like we got some new Pain Cave looks. Bernardo Gonçalves waving to the camera there. Welcome back, guys, as we get ready for, again, the final day of racing here. I think one rider is now outside. We're going to take a look at some Pain Caves later today as well. We have some inside looks at some of the riders' Pain Caves that they'll be racing in. Jaden Yeager is back in his home Pain Cave. For some reason, I thought he was going to be at the in-person ride. But looks like he's opted to stay down in the National Champions Pain Cave that he's got going there. All right, countdown is on as they're inside of 45 seconds to the race start. I always love watching the riders ramp up here, Lauren, as they try and get as much power as they can into those pedals when the clock hits 0. Maybe the biggest departure from real-life racing on RGT is the start. This is the one thing that's not quite perfectly realistic like an in-real-life bike race.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you do have a really solid warm-up pre-race before any big event, but right, normally you're on the line just like our avatars are, foot down, just kind of waiting for the gun to go. But yeah, on the trainers right now, and I was just going to go to Yeager and just be like, you know what, it's national championships also. You don't want to make too many changes for this race because it's already such a pressure-filled race.
All right, and underway and rolling. Like Mike Swart going to take an early jump off the front here. Now you'll see a couple separations here happen early on because, again, there are a lot of powerful riders in this group that maybe aren't great sprinters. Guys like Jaden Yeager, who we were just talking about, doesn't want to take someone like Matt Usborne or Kevin Bouchard-Hall to the line because that's not what Jaden Yeager does. That's not how Jaden Yeager wins bike races. He wins them from a long way out. He wants to launch it like 4 or 5K to go from the line. So you'll see that separation happening, and it's really now just a matter of seeing who goes with him, who marks that move, and how that group sort of gets organized.
Again, a new course for a lot of these athletes, maybe not have had the chance to see this course prior to this weekend. So I would think the first lap, they're probably just going to get a feel for the undulation and the efforts, towards the end of this course. So I would imagine it's going to stick together for a bit, but just like we've seen in most of our racing, it just starts to whittle down off the back, and then the attacks go off the front. This is going to be I don't know what to expect for today versus some of the other races that we've called in the last couple of weeks.
You talked about reconning the course. Obviously, these riders have the ability to go pre-ride these courses anytime they want, but it's a totally different dynamic when you get out there in the race scenario, right? The drafting, the speed, the dynamics like you were talking about. So even though you can pre-ride the course and you know when the turns are coming, you know what the hills are like, I have to imagine that changes a lot when you get out there into competition, just like pre-riding a course in real life. I mean, you can pre-ride the climb all you want, but it's going to be a whole different climb when you're following a wheel onto the bottom of that climb.
Exactly, and throw a national championship on top of that. So, in series standings, the dynamics definitely change.
Oh, beautiful graphics here on RGT Racing in Leuven. This is one that they've invested a lot in, obviously, with the design of the buildings. This is pretty much what it looks like, Lauren. I think if we built your Ghent-Wevelgem course, it would be pretty dead on, I think. They do a pretty good job with these graphics over at RGT.
Yeah, I was actually at Road World Championships this year, and this very much simulates and what it looked like being in Leuven. We were at the fan experience zone, and it was a lot of fun just to see all of this live and in person. And so, yeah, RGT has done a great job of making this very realistic.
Riders have just gone past the University Library of Leuven. They're going to ride past the Peace Monument today as well. They'll hit the historic Leuven Town Hall at about 18K into this one. And then the historic St. Peter's Church on the Grotemarkt, also on this course at just after the town hall. So some of the cool, there's the Peace Monument just in the back, that very far shot of those riders. And then in addition to the monuments, 3 climbs on the course today. You saw the course profile at the beginning. They're not really climbs, certainly not from an alpine climb perspective like we saw with Tour of the Gila or Joe Martin stage race. These are power climbs that riders should have no problem getting up and over. This is Mike Swart, who went hard off the front and is now registering 0 power, which means that's a technical for him. Swart having some sort of connectivity issue, and
such a bummer.
Built himself a nice little lead there, but he's going to get swallowed up here, and doesn't look like he's going to be able to reconnect.
Yeah, part of their tactics was to just take the race from the gun for restart. So, oh man, this is such a bummer for Swart and for the team.
Yeah, one less rider that restart can use to try and attack on the front, keep the tempo high. And Swart must be having connectivity issues. We saw him turn his Zoom camera off a little bit ago, so I'm wondering if he was having speed problems with the upload. So wishing the best to Mike Swart, trying to get back on and in as Jason Smith, Jaden Yeager. Take a look at the front here. I was reading yesterday an article from Jane Yeager talking about the difference between Zwift and RGT. Yeager was saying he really prefers racing on RGT because the dynamics are so much more realistic, specifically the corners. I think that's the biggest difference between the platforms, that RGT will slow the riders down to a maximum realistic speed as they go into the corner. And so you have to know when to let off and when to get back on. Jane was saying that makes the racing much more realistic, much more like real life, where your efforts are based on stop, go, instead of the other platforms like Zwift. You can go out and do 500 watts, just keep it pinned there. And if you're a time trialist, you're going to have a really good time on a platform like that. Not the same case on Zwift. This one rewards gameplay, it rewards your ability to be explosive, it rewards intervals. So a little different style of racing on this platform.
Yeah, and it also rewards a bit more of like team tactics, like you're talking about the drafting capabilities. So yeah, this is for me a more game. RGT is more of a game and more realistic, like we're talking about, to real life, and I think that's a lot of what we're trying to simulate anyway when we're on the trainer, is to get that those sensations as much as possible. But very grateful for these guys for doing all the work behind the scenes to make that those capabilities happen. To come out of a corner and to know that you can't sprint right away, or you can't just, your avatar can't just go through a corner. That's a nice realistic expectation.
Good look at Eric Hill on the front. Brian Hodges joining him from Triple X Racing. But you are looking at Project Echelon's Eric Hill. That's him down in second position in the virtual world, and on the trainer, again, at Lifetime Fitness in the in-real life world. I love this. I think this is the future of esports, the future of virtual bike racing. As much as I loved getting a look into everyone's living room and basement and home office, whatever it is, I think having these people in person creates a really cool spectator experience that people can experience in real life if they're not able to watch on the virtual platforms.
Yeah, we're social creatures by nature. So, yeah, we like a little bit of our alone time sometimes, and to be by ourselves in pain is good every once in a while. But when you're on a professional team and these guys are going to be racing in real life really soon, it's nice to have that person right beside you and have that communication, have that that awareness and that body language to just start to really know your teammate coming into the real season. And these guys have been racing together all winter, so it's probably really nice to have Zach right there beside him.
Good look at Hill's mobile setup here. He's using the tablet for the screen. RGT recently changed their system, so now you only need one device. Before you needed a phone and then a screen to watch it on. They can race on a single device now, which was, I know, a big pickup for a lot of riders to make it a little easier to log in. But yeah, how cool to be able to go anywhere you want in the world and race on these virtual platforms.
Right, and to race anywhere in the world, too. I mean, you don't have to pack up your bike and get on a plane and go over to Belgium, which is fun, too, in real life, let me just tell you. But to have that right here in your backyard at your disposal, it's pretty cool to be on the same course as some of our current world champion raced on. If that's not motivation, I don't know what is.
Looks like Mike Swart back connected and rolling. Unfortunately, lost a pretty significant amount of time as he tried to get reconnected, sitting about 600 meters back, let's say. Those are some of our camera motos in front of Swart on the leaderboard. Our official series photographer, Tammy Brimner, in there as well in 31st position. They float around the course to bring you shots like this. Want to give a big shout out to Damon Bates at ZMS Livestream, or ZMS, as they say in the British language. They speak a different language over there in the UK. Damon is providing all the cameras for the Echelon Racing League all season, and also doing our Community League races every other weekend, and do it without ZMS. So, Damon, thank you for all the hard work. And, of course, our director, Mark, our intern, Emma, and the world's greatest color commentator to ever grace the airwaves of virtual racing, Lauren Hall.
Thank you for the compliment, Brad. I think it's just because I'm working with you, so all the kudos go to you. I think Swart could have the potential of making it back if these guys. I don't know. Could there be a gentleman's agreement of, hey, look, this is league championships. Is it worth kind of just sitting up for a minute? But I don't know if he's only he's only 600 meters back, Brad. But I don't know if there is hope for him because it's still early in the race.
These guys up at the front are doing about 4 more watts per kilo than a gentleman's agreement would allow. So
yes, I
don't think they've struck any deals here at the front because Eric Hill is pounding at 5.5 watts per kilo here.
One can always hope, though, Brad. Or maybe that just answers my question right there with Jaden just coming to the front and setting tempo at 6 watts per kilo. So, sorry, teammate. Well, that's a good effort.
Yeah, that's the world of racing. You can't always wait behind. Sometimes bad luck strikes riders in the virtual world as well. And that's part of it. We talked about it a lot this season. The riders that put the preparation into their pain caves, the rider that made sure they had a good connection, the riders that put the fans in and made sure that, that they knew where everything was before. A lot of prep goes into racing, and a lot of that has to do with the environment that you're racing in. We were lucky enough to have some of the riders from Above and Beyond Cancer give us a tour of some of their pain caves and talk a little bit about some of the prep that they have before they go racing.
What's up, guys? I wanted to bring you into my indoor cycling cave, so come check it out. This is in my garage. As you can see, I've got my bike set up here with my trusty smart trainer. I've also got a mat. That way my trainer is solid and doesn't move around. Also in front of my bike, I've got my SARS trainer desk, which is awesome. Holds my computer, gets it up off the ground and gets it to where I can reach it, which is key. Nutrition and headphones. Headphones are key. And then we've got a 41-inch TV. I normally tilt the screen down a little bit. That way my line of sight is straight at the television while I'm racing. Having things bigger and easier to read while racing is key. Also, we've got cooling. I've got a personal air conditioning unit right here that hits me from the front. And then I've also got a side fan that's blowing straight through the window, which is awesome because core temperature, once you get it up, it's so hard to produce power. So keeping core temperature is key. Or down is key. And another way I do that is this great jersey that my team sponsor Bora made. This is called the Helium jersey. As you can see, super breathable, and it keeps your core temperature down, which is absolutely important with indoor cycling or indoor racing. Last thing in my cave here is my children's art. Hang up different art through there just to look over and keep things positive because e-racing can get a little brutal and mentally challenging at times. So it's always good to have something to bring your spirits up. That's also why I've got the lights going, just because it makes me happy. So I hope you guys enjoyed this, and hope you enjoy e-racing, and hope these tips help.
I love it. Got to be comfortable to race well. The little reminders of the kids, I think, is a nice little touch for Timmy's little pain cave down there. 2 riders getting a small gap off the front. Roca and Hardin trying to work together here. They got a little bit of space back to David Blodgett in 3rd, and then a little more back to a group sitting in 4th place. Not a lot of time right now. It's only 30 meters. We'll keep an eye on this gap, keep monitoring it, but it does look like Roca and Hardin are possibly working together here on the front for the Project Echelon and Gotham Greens team. Here you go. Now they got some company. Hodges is there. Blodgett is there. Bouchard Hall going to come up. So this is it, Lauren. They're using this little climb, this little kick up to try to use this to their advantage.
And look, everybody's in the red. This this looks like such a hard climb. And like I said, we're just on the first lap. And so, again, like we're talking, they may have previewed this course in the last couple of days or whatever. But race simulation and tactics bring a whole different ball of wax to this course. I do like that Will's outside. Is that like a green screen? I can't really tell.
I can't tell, but that would be a weird green screen to put behind you. So I think it's actually outside. I think the camera's just having trouble exposing the lighter background, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely outside.
We're just not used to seeing this so much, are we? So we're used to seeing the indoor with the lights and so sun is shining. I'm sure his neighbors are kind of wondering what he's doing. But
well, remember, we also saw Timmy Bauer riding outside last week. He had that beautiful view of the mountains set up outside of the garage. I would imagine he would want to get out of that pain cave as often as he could if you have a view like that, although pretty nice pain cave setup down there as well. Hardin moving outside. We also have a video from Brad Bickley, the Above and Beyond Cancer team, who also has one of the unique looks at a pain cave here.
Hey guys, this is Brad Bickley from Team Above and Beyond Cancer, powered by Bike World, and clearly we're not training outside today. So follow me and I'll show you around my indoor training setup. So guests of ours have dubbed this room the 70s Boom Boom Room, but it's also where I do all of my training and racing during the winter months. So I'll take you through my setup here. I've got the Wahoo Kicker Core direct drive trainer. So I just take my wheel off and toss my bike on there. Super convenient. It's been really reliable this season. I've got my $10 fan from Lowe's. If you're just getting into this, I definitely recommend, maybe spend a little bit more on your fan, because one of the most important things is ventilation and keeping cool. And that kind of segues into my next point, which is, we are fortunate enough this year to be sponsored again by Bora Teamwear, and they make these ultra thin and ultra light Helium Plus jerseys, which are actually fantastic for indoor racing and training, and also obviously for midsummer when it's really hot out on the road. So it keeps us nice and cool and wicks the sweat away from your body, which is great. I think that's pretty much my indoor setup. Thanks so much for watching.
We've been watching that guy race for 12 weeks, 6 weekends of racing, and I am just now finding out that the 70s Boom Boom Room had a hot tub in it. Can you believe that?
Well, actually, we can believe this, can't we? I mean, by the looks of this room. And the fact that it's called the Boom Boom Room, this is my new favorite. It's not the pain cave anymore for him.
We were
Golden.
joking that it looked like he was riding in a sauna. We thought it was a sauna of some sort, which I guess it is with the hot tub. It's obviously a recreational room, let's call it. That I think were very popular in previous decades. So I think the Boom Boom Room is a good fit for the pain cave there. Look at Brian Hodges and Jen Yeager here. Two riders taking a look off the front. That's Hodges on the top of your screen, Yeager on the bottom. Hodges out of the saddle here. Both guys going to be representing the United States coming up at the Esports National Championships, and then they'll be looking at the World Championships after that. This is a dangerous duo here, Lauren. These are two guys that are big diesel engines, and if you link Hodges and Yeager up, it's gone. This is over if this field doesn't start to ring those panic bells.
Truth. And a signature look of Yeager, also unzipped. It's game on, and he's got the Waterloo or LaCroix or something. I don't know. I wonder if that's a telltale sign for him of, when you've got the can of water, usually with the koozie, something, he's game on. He's serious today.
He was really relaxed at the start. We saw him sitting up. I mean, he was pedaling without even putting his hands down on the bars. But once things heated up, he was ready to go. And he knows, he's hurting. This is going deep. I think it's polar. I think that's polar. And
I think we all know our bubbly waters, don't we?
Yeah. The most millennial thing ever is trying to pick out the brand of sparkling water over Zoom. I can't think of a more 2022 thing to be doing for a 30-year-old right now. Yeager has dropped Hodges. All right. He is saying, I'll do this on my own. Gritting his teeth, clearly going deep right now, but he's still got 63K of racing to go. So Yeager obviously feeling good coming into this one today.
Wow, yeah, that's impressive that he's just kind of taken off so early. I don't know. I'm a little baffled right now by this. Like you said, it's just so much time to be out there by yourself. But again, this is his MO. I mean, he is a time trialist specialist, so he's ready to move up the road, and that's great. I figured he would have had Hodges with him a little bit longer. Maybe Hodges is still just trying to ride into this day.
Remember, national championships next weekend, world championships after that. So Jaeger may just be looking for good form coming into those 2 big target weekends. This is about as good as these guys are going to get all season. I mean, this is peak form for a virtual racer right now, mid-February. This is where all your biggest targets fall in the virtual racing calendar. So Jaeger is at peak fitness coming into this one right now, and I think he's testing himself ahead of nationals and worlds coming up here in the next few weeks. Hodge is fading, went a little too deep, I think, trying to respond to that Jaeger move.
Yeah, and he's just hoping to be able to get back into this group and get some recovery. And I don't know. Like I said, I just wonder if he's just hurting a bit and just hasn't essentially just gotten into this race quite yet. I mean, you see his line is all over the place, his power line. So, yeah, the poor guy. I hope he gets in some recovery and gets his legs under him.
Another split happening with a lot of big names in it here. Dowd is big. Nair is in here. Harden is there. Hodge is trying to go across the gap. This is a good-looking move to me. Jay Jaeger did let up a little bit. He's coming back into the group. He realized he couldn't do it solo for 62K, but you take 8 riders with you, absolutely this one's gone. I think Bouchard Hall is going to be the last one into that group with 7. We'll try and get a composition of total riders up in the front group, but these guys are panicking right now. You have to go across this gap or bring it back, because otherwise those 8 guys up the road are going to win this one. Remember, National Championship coming up February 20th. We did race on the Iron Horse Classic course earlier in the series here in the Echelon Racing League. That's the course that they're going to be using for Nationals coming up February 20th. You can register on usacycling.org. It is free to ride on RGT and a $10 entry fee for the national championship. So our first esports national championships here in the United States. We will be awarding the very first Stars and Stripes jersey, USA Cycling.
Going back to what's happening right now in the race, I also think that's a testament to how hard this course is going to be today. Because of all the twists and turns, it's not going to be a flat, straight-out run-in where you can kind of just get comfortable and sit in this zone and settle into TT mode. I think with all these left and right turns and the power dropping out just like in real life, this is going to be a really hard day, just going to be on and off the gas all day. And like you said, it's just going to like split and whittle and just tear apart. And it's going to be quite a different race than what we've seen in the past couple of weeks.
Already some riders dropping out of this group. We're down to just 19 riders remaining in this selection. So they spit a lot of riders out on those early corners, the early turns. But I think Mike Lister going to be the last guy to tack in here. He did make it back in after overcoming that mechanical. And here's Hodges still trying to stay in. Now this is not a good sign, because the worst possible thing you can do in RGT is let that gap open up and have to chase back on, just like in real life. The absolute worst way to waste your energy is that back and forth yo-yoing, chasing on, falling off, chasing on, falling off. Hodges knows how to play the game. He knows how to stay in the draft. He knows what he needs to do. So this tells me that this is not a strategic move from Brian Hodges sitting on the back here.
Yeah, again, I think he's probably more used to some of our American races where you can kind of get into a groove and get your rhythm at the beginning of the race, and that has not been the case today and this morning. And like we've seen all these guys basically on the trainers early and setting up and warming up and then off the line so hard. So unfortunately, I just think it's a different sensation to him, and he's just having a really hard time riding into this race. With the Project Echelon guys being together like this, you don't really need Discord, do you? Because you're right there beside each other. I wonder if, they're talking to Will. It's nice to have the connectivity to those guys too, but to have Zach right beside you is going to be really key for today and for Zach's race.
Have to imagine a lot of this becomes second nature at one point. Much like I'm sure you had a lot of teammates in your time that you didn't really need to talk. I mean, you knew what they were thinking. They knew what you were thinking. At some point, after you race enough with these riders, you sort of develop this binaural connection, I guess.
Yeah, you're exactly right. As a matter of fact, I was talking to the Fort Lewis College kids last night about team time trial. And I said, every chance you get, ride together. Every chance you get, eat dinner together, train together. You get those little nuances in body language that you start to pick up on off the bike that do translate over to the bike. So yeah, having Zach and Eric there together side by side will translate into some good work come in the season. And I'm sure it's nice also for being on the trainer and to, like I said, just be right there and you can kind of see a head tilt or the shoulders drop or rocking side to side as Eric's MO, what we've seen in the past when he's going really hard. So, yeah, picking up on all those cues is extremely important as a teammate.
Another good-looking group of three up here. Bouchard, Hall, Beams, and Hill have opened 100 meters. This is the biggest gap that we've seen of the day set by these three here, and they're staying on it. This is exactly what they need to do. You see how Bouchard Hall still has that low cadence, still pushing. They're trying to keep this gap going. It's really easy to let up here, to say, I got 100 meters, I got 150 meters, and then try and ease off a little bit. But you really need to do like a 10-minute effort if you want to get a gap away like this.
Yeah, and have a concerted effort from everyone. We saw Jaeger give it a try off the front and maybe realize, like, it's a little too early, not yet. So I have a feeling we're going to see him again, and maybe Kevin is kind of just helping set up Jaeger for later in the race. But this is good for these guys to get up the road and potentially stay away.
Hill trying to respond to Bouchard. Hall here, who's stepping on the gas. And he's got to go into the red to cover that.
Good old box fan.
Yep. I've learned more about fans this season than I think I ever wanted to know in my life, but I've learned about all the different types of fans. I've learned where to get the different kinds of fans. I've learned which types of fans the riders prefer. And we've seen some pretty impressive setups. You know it's serious when they travel with a fan, right? They brought one with them to the game here. Are these grapes, or is that chocolate?
Like frozen grapes.
Wouldn't be a bad way to cool down, right?
Yeah, maybe potentially. They talk about sports scientists talk about the importance of like a slushy water bottle when your core temperature rises to keep it down and to keep it steady in these summer races. And I would think that indoor racing is essentially replicating those summer days. So I don't know if those are frozen grapes, but that would be I imagine that would help in that scenario as well, is to keep that core temperature down, just like a slushy drink would.
Zach Nair would know, a coach and athlete. He was also the director sportif for our last esports world championship. So an expert in esports racing, but also has a very strong understanding of the physiology that goes into esports racing. And he really carved out a niche in sort of esports coaching. I mean, there's coaching, but then there's almost a very specific type of fitness that you need for virtual racing. And I think he's been able to help a lot of riders hone that in to perfect their fitness for these hour-long races.
And what we've also seen, like you're talking about fans, hey, maybe there's a potential for a fan sponsorship. But also, in all seriousness, like talking about Bora jersey with those guys and the importance of having a really thin jersey for indoor racing. I think, like you're saying, I think this is a new platform, a new space for cycling that will only grow from here. And yeah, Zach is definitely taking advantage of that and honing the craft of coaching these athletes as well. I think it's really important.
Yeah, seeing tons of new hardware developed for virtual racing. Almost weekly, monthly, brands are coming out with indoor-specific items, which we all knew was on the horizon, but obviously the pandemic accelerated that timeline for, I think, a lot of these products. Meanwhile, group of three, only up to 120 meters as they hit another climb on the way up here, only about 5.2%, so it's not super steep. That'll inflate the gap a little bit. We like to take distance gaps once the riders are on a flat section to give us a more accurate reading of what that gap is like. But looks to me like these three guys are working really well together right now, Lauren.
Yeah, for sure. And, we were talking about, okay, so that climb wasn't that long or maybe that hard, but just like we saw in Joe Martin, it just added up over the day. And by the end of the day, those those climbs towards the end of the race, it just takes everything you've got to get over it, and that's where the selection happens. So you're feeling good now. You still got quite a ways to go for the day, so just be aware that it's going to add up over time.
Bouchard Hall on the gas again.
He definitely seems to have a pace that he wants to set and keep this group motivated and and pushing forward. He's not letting them settle in too much.
Yeah, and again, if that gap goes back under 100 meters, Ken Bouchard Hall has done this enough to know that that's pretty much the end for the breakaway. Like once that the tipping point shifts from the break going out to the break coming back, a lot of times on RGT that means that the break is over. So they need to keep adding to this number. He wants to keep it at least above 100 meters, the gap. They're up to about 100 meters right now. So that's why Bouchard Hall was stepping on the gas. He was sensing that these guys are letting up. And again, the drafting element of RGT allows that group to move a lot faster with a big group behind him than this small group up front. It's not quite as bad as other platforms. I know Zwift is panned a lot for not having the ability for riders to get away. Riders have a really hard time escaping on Zwift. Not the case on RGT. You can get away on this platform. Jaeger was talking about that in his interview. So it's obviously possible, but just like real life, you have to stay on it, right? It has to be a concerted effort.
Yeah, no doubt. And like you said, like for a significant amount of time too, you can't just put in an attack and then kind of sit up and look back, what we see a lot of times in criteriums. Yeah, you have to stay on the gas, and it's a hard effort, and that's where you're like you said, that tipping point of, am I committing to this for the rest of the day, or am I really going to spend this much energy out here for my team? You know, it's quite the mental checkbox that you're going to do to see if this is something that you want to do for 10-15 minutes, and to know that your cohorts up there with you are in that same mind frame. So yeah, it seems like they got a couple of more joining the party up here.
Yeah, that includes Jaden Yeager and Mason Roca. Some dangerous names to add to this group. Dowd also gets in here, but this will be a nice refresher for Kevin Bouchard Hall to add his teammate Jaden Yeager up here at the front. And then Harden leading the chase behind them.
All of a sudden, this is a great setup for Jaeger and his team, and not so much of a good setup for any of the other teams.
Yeah, I'm looking at names that are not represented in this top 7, trying to see if any of the big hitters got left out in that back group. Most of the big names are there. Zach Nair trying to go across the gap here to join him. See that in the upper right corner. So I think Nair was maybe the last guy to get caught out. He left Harden behind. And this is what I was talking about, just trying to get across that gap. Nair's going to get there no problem. So we'll go ahead and make that 7 in the front group now.
Yeah, Zach definitely has to be aware of anything going off the front, because he does have the potential to move up in standings today. So he's got to stay vigilant and very much aware of what's going on in front of him.
Remember, this could also be a setup for Project Echelon. We talked about how you can use teamwork to your advantage. Hill is in this group, so again, having just one other guy in here, especially with so much racing to go, there's not much that a teammate can do for you inside the last 10 or 15 kilometers, but with 53K of racing to go, this is a scenario where they can put Zach Nair on the front, they can let Eric Hill stay at the back, let him save energy, and then obviously Hill would be the finisher in that scenario. I don't know that Nair or Hill know which one is going to be the closer for Project Echelon yet today, but they'll have that discussion, and that's part of being there in person, right? They can look over at each other and say, who's got the best legs today? Because it's not about the individual win, it's about a win for the team. I think Project Echelon will probably try and get Nair up there because they want him to move up in GC, like you were talking about.
Yeah, and the other important fact is Nair made that effort to jump across. Now, these guys need to make sure, Eric needs to make sure that these guys are motivated to push forward, because if the group comes back again and they have a reshuffle, that just puts Zach again on the back foot and potentially, to miss another break. That's extremely important for Zach to just be up here, keep pushing forward. Eric needs to be up here and pushing forward too, and making sure that Restart wants to push forward, and Roca obviously is comfortable because his numbers are better up here when is 1 in 6, 1 in 7 versus 1 in 15, 20.
Yep. Roca lets up on the downhill in here, and just like in real life, will maximize the speed that you can pick up on the descent. So there's really no reason for the riders to pedal on the downhill. Nair going to chase him down. Roca opened up just a little time. It seems to be a chaotic racing style for Mason Roca. I can never really figure out what his plan is, but he's certainly aggressive, if nothing else.
Just go hard, Brad. Just go hard. No, again, I think, just joking aside, I think this course is just so hard to get into some sort of rhythm because there's so many twists and turns and ups and downs. Again, what we've seen in the U.S. is quite different than this course here. This is such a dynamic course. So I think everybody's a little on the back foot. Again, if you haven't previewed the course or you haven't raced it under a certain race load, you're not quite sure how it's going to play out. You can, like you said, you can ride a course all day, but until you get someone racing it up against you or going at speed, it's just different.
Hill back to the front here as we see some of the suffering faces in this group on the left side of your screen. I love being able to see these guys in real life, see what the effort looks like from the red power zone in the game to the red power zone in real life on the left side of your screen.
I like that Kevin has a setup for his cell phone on his window.
Yeah, I think that's his comm setup. I think that's the phone he uses to communicate with the team. You saw a lot of riders will have that Discord open, whether it's just a voice chat or a text chat to keep in touch. But I think that's what the phone next to him does. It's the team radio, if you will.
Yeah, it's a pretty handy spot for it.
And Hill going to come across here and shut this down for Kevin Bouchard-Hall. Bouchard-Hall certainly not afraid to gamble. I mean, this is a guy that's willing to take risks, willing to go on these moves off the front, willing to try and start the moves. So Bouchard-Hall has been an animator in the series so far this year. It looks like he's at it again right now.
Which he can totally afford to, having two other teammates here in this break, and someone as strong as Jaeger, who essentially has it locked up. That's the gift of the race scenario for those guys right now, is they can have a little bit of fun and take some chances.
Yep. Another small gap opening up here for these three, Roca, Bouchard, Hall, Hill. Jaeger dropping back just a little bit. And now Zach Nair gets to the front, try and go across. I'm wondering if Project Echelon maybe wants to get rid of Jaden Jaeger in this scenario, saying, Zach, why don't you go sit with Jaden, keep an eye on him, and let Eric work over Kevin Bouchard-Hall up here at the front. Divide and conquer.
Again, yeah, exactly. When you kind of start to whittle it down at the front and your numbers match up pretty evenly to another team like Restart, you can essentially just pick a guy and cover him. So maybe they've put Eric up against Kevin Bouchard-Hall, and put Zach on Jaeger, and it's like, just follow his wheel.
All right, these guys coming up on halfway to our finish here at 49K to go. We'll keep our eye on these three trying to get off the front, being chased by the field behind them. We're going to take a quick break here in the Echelon Racing League, and when we come back, more live action from our pro men.
As an athlete, getting marginally better is one thing. Getting exponentially better puts you in a whole new ballgame. Biomoto uses a proprietary digital process to capture movement at 200 frames per second and 70 sensors per foot to measure ground-based forces, resulting in advanced motion analysis that's up to 10 times more accurate than orthotics. It's the data generated by this process that allows Biomoto to construct custom insoles that make athletes faster, stronger, and more stable, and result in an unprecedented 95% success rate.
Welcome back high above the city of Leuven in Belgium, watching our three leaders on the front, Mason Roca, Ken Bouchard-Hall, and Eric Hill, giving themselves a nice three-rider gap off the front here, although they could probably afford to close those gaps down a little bit as they try and work together to keep this one rolling here.
Yeah, pretty much like we're talking about. I mean, it's just it's hard to get into a rhythm up here. If it's left and right turns and someone's putting out different power leading into the turns, it's hard to follow those wheels. So it's going to be a constant battle to follow wheels and to find any type of rhythm, especially in the break.
Pretty soon, riders going to be riding past the Leuven Botanical Gardens, which are also written into the RGT game here. First built in 1738 in the city center of Leuven. Built by Henry Joseph Rigue, professor of medicine at the University of Leuven. Originally built to provide herbs for medicinal use, and the garden slowly shifted to be used for study purposes at the university, hosting an extensive collection of ornamental plants, cultivated plants, and economic potential plants. Apparently there was a study of rare plants back in the 1700s. They were trying to figure out what they could trade, what might be turned into a valuable crop. So some interesting history along the course today.
I love learning about our communities that we race in. It's fascinating to hear, especially something like that that's been around for so long.
Free to enter, by the way. So if you ever find yourself bumping around Leuven, highly encourage you to stop by the Hortus Botanicus Leuvenensis, or Cruditen in Dutch, if you want to speak with the locals. You pick up any Dutch in your time, Lauren? I mean, you know.
I'm not. I find it. I was not going to criticize. I think it's funny because it's so hard to pick up. I think it's a good effort. Yeah, that kudos for you for sticking your neck out there. Because yes, there's no way I could do that. So that's kind of what I was laughing at. But unfortunately, I may have only picked up the cuss words from racing and left and right turns. Yeah. So, but other than that, not too much, unfortunately. Oh.
Hill going deep.
Yeah. His telltale sign of when the head starts rocking. It's getting hard. yeah, I'm concerned with him being up here with Roca and with Kevin Bouchard Hall. Those are two really strong guys, and there's no doubt that I know that Eric can stick up here with him. But too much detail, but we're talking about kit and the importance of staying cool and being very comfortable in your pain cave and not changing too many things. But leading into national championships, into world championships, since he is going to represent the U.S., you get the kit. So what better place to start training in it than the league championships today, and getting used to something maybe a little bit different. And that's where, when these guys move to a different pain cave, it's a little concerning. But again, maybe this is something they're leading into for the next couple of weeks. Because, when it's such an important day, you don't really want to make too many different changes. That's what they always say is like never change your bike right before a race or a hard training ride. So I do find it interesting that they did it, but at the same time, I think it's really great for sponsors and to be there with your teammate live and in person. So I understand both sides of the coin.
I have to imagine a change of venue might be a nice reward. If you spend a lot of time over the winter in your pain cave, maybe nice to get out of there, try something different.
Yeah, and that's another great point, Brad. Like we've seen, Will Harden's outside, and maybe they add something to their pain cave. But you're right. Like changing it up can also just give a fresh perspective.
Back with Zach Nair in a group of what is down to 18 total now. I think 18 guys with a shot, and Eric Hill has since been dropped out of this group. So Hill going back to the second group on the road. He's stuck in the middle right now, but it looks like Bouchard Hall and Roca going to be on their own here.
And I wonder, Eric dropping back, if that was by choice or design. Sometimes to be back there with Zach to help maybe cover Jaeger if he tries to go across. A nice little wave from Kevin there. Or maybe he's trying to say pull through, I'm not quite sure.
I think that might be it.
Yeah. Come on, man. We're up here. Let's go.
We saw Zach Nair at the back earlier, has since gone to the front here. And it doesn't look like anybody is really trying to jump out of this group to go across yet. And I don't know if that would be advisable anyway, to try to join Jaeger and Roca. Those are two of the more powerful guys in this group. So that's a big ask to try and get those guys up the road. Or Bouchard Hall and Roca, sorry. Eric Hill still stuck in the gap in third spot. So this is between the two leaders, Bouchard Hall and Roca, and that big group that we were just looking at right now. I don't know what Hill does here. I mean, do you try and stay in third position? Do you drop back and go try and help your teammates, try and link up with Zach Nair and Peter Olenichek for Project Echelon? Or does Eric try and solo for 42K to a third place finish?
I think whatever the team tactics are and the team goals are, I would imagine it would want to be to move Zach up in the standings if they could, first and foremost, and potentially then a stage podium or a stage win. So I'm thinking you got Peter Olenichek back there, you've got Zach. Maybe sit here for a little bit, see what the group's going to do, see if Kevin and Roca don't kind of set up, or you're just never quite sure what's happening up in front of you because you're in no man's land like we're talking about. But it's all about what the team tactics are essentially.
Well, remember, Project Echelon looking to move Zach Nair up in the overall. He comes into this one fourth with just over 1,500 points, but he's only 4 points away from Brad Bickley. So that's going to be a great battle to watch today. The implications are not just for today's stage, but we could very well see a change in the overall leadership in third position, last spot on the overall podium, as Bickley tries to hold on to it, and Zach Nair coming for him as well. Kevin Bouchard-Hall could get up there, but I think Bickley and Nair will have a good enough day to probably hold off Kevin Bouchard-Hall on the way in. So those will be two names that we watch between Bickley and Nair in the battle for third. Both are in this group right now. These guys are so good at this game. Doing what Kevin Bouchard-Hall is doing right now, holding this gap, is so hard. You'll see riders that get into breakaways and they just can't do it. They're constantly passing each other. The position is changing. They're riding next to each other. To be able to modulate the power the way that Bouchard-Hall is really speaks to just how good he is at this game.
Yeah, and there has to be a little give and take, doesn't it? But you may not know your compatriot up here very well, but you have to figure that out on the road and on the fly of how much power you can put out and not gap them, and then vice versa. And there needs to be some sort of unwritten communication of, look, we got to work together to keep moving forward and keeping this gap established. So either you need to let off or I need to pick it up a bit. And so finding that happy medium.
I think that's what the character wave was for, as we saw Bouchard-Hall's avatar give a little wave there.
We couldn't see the coffee mug on the computer stand until you just took a hit. So the coffee is back. No carafe. But
a few weeks ago, we saw Kevin Bouchard-Hall pour a fresh, hot cup of coffee in the middle of the race. He topped his cup off. He just saw him take a sip out of that mug that he has just above his left hand there. But it's one thing to race with a coffee. It's another thing to pour yourself a second coffee in the middle of the race, right? I understand if you're like finishing off your coffee, it's early in the morning, you're easing into the ride or race, whatever. I've started with a half cup of, Starbucks coffee or whatever. But to pour a new one after like 30K of racing, bravo, Kevin.
Yeah, I think that's pretty strong flex.
As if having to buy bags of sand to keep your trainer on the ground wasn't a flex enough.
Yeah, right.
Taking the term sandbagging to a new level. Eric Hill still stuck in the gap, although it is coming back to that group of three. You can see the distance back to Beams, Olenichek, Bowen and company slowly fading, and it looks like Eric has realized that this one's coming back. I think that's smart bike racing. I think that's probably the right thing for Hill to do here. Gave it a go in the breakaway. Got to respect the effort. That takes a lot of guts to see those two guys up the road, Kevin Bouchard-Hall and Mesa Roca, and say, I'm going to go with them. I want to ride with them. You're asking for a little bit of pain.
Yeah, and you have to represent. You have to be there for your team, and if you're on their wheels, you have to commit and go with them and hope for the best, essentially. Now realizing he's been dropped, and he's, we were talking about being in no man's land. Does he kind of push forward or not? As we can see on the platform, and he can also see the gap continuing to open up, and those catching him from back. Okay, sit up, just pedal, go back, and go back and be there for Zach Nair, and just do the best you can now riding into the finish for Zach, I would say.
Hill going to be coming up on the halfway marker here pretty soon. Just saw our leaders go under it, and he'll be under that arch here shortly to signify the halfway point. See, it does come on a little bit of a climb here. The upper right-hand corner showing the current gradient on course, and then sort of a course profile of the next 5 or so kilometers to come. You can see there's a whole lot of climbing coming for Eric Hill right now. There's also a full course elevation profile across the bottom of the screen. You see those white dots moving towards the right side of the bottom of your screen. That big white dot represents where Eric is right now. That's the rider that we're following on your screen. So kind of gives you an idea of what that gap looks like visually up to Roca and Bouchard Hall. They're going to be that next couple white dots up ahead of the big white dot at the bottom of the screen.
I love following the course profile because, again, we can see when they're in the red and what that looks like, and as they're on the hill or on the descent. Like, I think that's important for us to see and for the riders to see, you know, your watts per kilo and who can really push it where and kind of make those separations. It just hones in on this platform so much.
Hill back into the group now, but going to stay on the gas as he gets to the front here. So I think Hill is going to still try and contribute. What he's trying to do is work with Olejniczak and Nair, get those guys together so they can, as a group, try to bring back Roca and Bouchard Hall. That's probably a quicker path to success to bring these guys back, although this gap really started to open. They've gone over 350 meters now up the road for Bouchard Hall and Roca. So this entire group on the right side of your screen, they all need to be on the same page right now. Everyone except the Restart Racing riders, that is, because their teammate, Kevin Bouchard Hall, is in the breakaway. Roca has no teammates in the group, the sole rider for the Gotham Green squad. So he is basically an honorary member of Restart Racing right now for the next 37K.
You're right. And everybody's kind of, you know, now that Eric's kind of gone back, and that tells you that maybe that was, for him to be in the break wasn't doing the team any good. And we've seen this in the past in real life, is those riders can get called back to help out. And so when we see him back on the front, maybe that's a telltale sign of, you know what, it's no good for you to be up here with these guys and open up this gap and potentially get third, fall back, fade back. We need you back here for Zach. So that's what I'm reading into this race for these guys.
It looks like both riders are doing work up the front. We've seen these guys sort of changing positions pretty regularly. I think that one happened just as they were coming into the corner. Bouchard Hall let off a little bit, again, trying to scrub off speed, but Roca going hard out of the corner as he ramps it up to 7 watts per kilo, but things calm down a little bit there as well. So see if Bouchard Hall moves up to the front here. I'm trying to figure out how long the poles are, trying to see how long on average they're sort of staying on the front. A lot of times when you start seeing shorter poles, that tells us that the riders are starting to feel it, right? You're starting to feel some of that fatigue. And so I'm looking to see if those pole times get shorter and shorter as they rotate through.
That and Roca coming out of the corner and kind of pushing a little bit hard also indicates that he wants to stay at a certain speed or a certain pace. And that's just the nature of, just like in real life, is you have to get back on top of the gear, and that's pretty hard. This course is just going to be relentless, you know, after corner, and trying to get back up to speed and maintaining that speed. So, you know, Roca's not attacking Kevin. He's just trying to say, hey, let's get back up to this pace that we both have set to establish this gap, because we want to keep this gap out, because these two guys are now committed to the finish.
Lauren, in real life racing, how much of setting that tempo or that power is verbally, and how much of it is just kind of feeling the other rider out? Because I imagine you've been in plenty of breakaways that worked where you guys didn't even speak the same language. So even though you're there in person, I mean, there's really just a few things that you need to say, and it's pretty easy to understand the other person just based on their actions.
Yeah, right. Even language barriers, you can be pretty clear with someone. But yeah, in the beginning of the break, or when you're trying to get it established, there is some communication back and forth of, I can't sustain this effort, or you're going too hard when you're pulling through. But then once they've been out like these two guys have, you get into a rhythm, and yeah, there's no need to talk for the rest of the day, honestly, which makes for a kind of quiet, long day. So unless something changes, or the team car was to come up, right, or yeah, any of those nuances. But yeah, for these guys, nothing more needs to be said, or even the wave or the pull through that Kevin had done earlier.
Just a couple of guys going to work here on the front right now. The pleasantries are out of the way. They had the Monday morning water cooler talk, and now it's time to get back to work. Speaking of Monday morning, we should also point out that these guys do have lives outside of virtual racing. Work on Friday. Most of them will have to be back at the job on Monday morning. So the ability to find time to train and race in these races is really impressive. Anyone that's ever held down a 9 to 5 knows how sacred your weekends are. You only get that Saturday and Sunday morning, and that's it. And for these guys, using that time to race and train and bury themselves, put themselves through this pain really speaks to the dedication of our Echelon Racing League riders.
Exactly. Like you're talking about, the beauty of this platform is getting up early before the sun's up and, getting your workout in before work, or you come home and you put the kids to bed, and you're back on the trainer at 7 or 8 o'clock at night, and you're in a safe environment, and, you can really focus in on your training. That's the beauty of RGT. But yeah, like you said, it is quite the commitment to be inside on a weekend, and like maybe the family wants to get out and about and do something, and you're like, hang on, just got to do this one quick race.
I hear a lot of people say, I don't have time to virtual race, I don't have time to commit to virtual racing, and I always want to say, well, Jackie Godby just gets up at 3:30 in the morning to race, but then I realize that Jackie Godby is not a normal person like the rest of us. She has the ability to do things that I think certainly I would have trouble forcing myself to do. So we can't all be Jackie Godby in these scenarios.
This is exactly right. Hey, man, I'd much rather be sitting in this chair commentating with you than I would actually be on the trainer. So, yeah, these are dedicated athletes, indoors or out.
Looks like these guys locking into a pretty comfortable tempo back here at about 2.5 watts per kilo. That's not a lot, Lauren. They could certainly be doing more if they wanted to, but it seems like that's kind of where the group has settled in for their wattage. Gap up to 830, 840 meters for those guys up the road. So they are gaining time. Remember, it was about 400 meters last time we checked in. So this group needs to up their tempo. Just look, the power numbers at the top, 6.1, 4.3 for Roca, and then these guys doing the 3s and 4s back in the group. So it's simple math. They're going to have to up their watts per kilo if they want to bring those two riders up the road back.
Yeah, you got to wonder, Project Echelon and the next team, anybody that's not represented up there, they should probably be having a concerted effort to bring that back. And it is quite a significant gap now. Yeah, the race may be potentially up the road. So maybe they're trying, I don't know. I'm trying to think that can Kevin leapfrog Zach in the standings to go to fourth place? I don't know.
Well, it's going to depend on where Nair ends up on the day. Getting a look at Bernardo Gonçalves on our screen, one of the ex-Speed United riders racing out of Portugal. Let's get a look inside of his pain cave. Here's a guy that knows how to suffer, John Beams, the draft racing rider, feeling it out of the UK, and what they call the garage. It's very similar to the American garage, but it's built on the metric system. So they call it the garage. And then John Cooper, the husband of Jackie Godby for the Triple X Racing Atletico squad. In his pain cave. Racing out of Riverside, California, I think. Oliver Dowd up next. Got a little natural light coming in. I like that. He's got some good airflow going. And away from Oliver. Hello, Oliver.
Keeping it simple. I feel like he may be in the kitchen.
At least being near a window, I think, makes you feel like there's a chance that one day all this snow is going to melt. Fruitsations, my favorite. I love a good fruit snack on a hard ride.
Just bring the straight sugar. Doesn't matter what form.
Yep. Got to take what you can get. Meanwhile, Clace moving up to the front. Here's Wouter. Keeping his cards close to his chest. He's not giving us much on the pain cave front here.
minus his face. That's a telltale sign that it's going hard.
I love the kit too. He's got the Belgian Lotto and yeah, I can't remember the name of the company on his left. I recognize it from all the cyclocross races because yeah, you see that logo. Telenet, I think it is. Maybe Fidea. Will Harden from Project Echelon got the stunner shades on outside. This guy looks like he could body slam me, doesn't it?
That's a strong statement, but I'd say he's out there getting a little suntan today.
Guy's chiseled.
Brad, most cyclists are not going to be able to body slam you. That's
what I'm saying. I think this guy's an outlier. I think this guy's got more upper body strength than this entire race combined.
No, the camera adds 10 pounds.
So let's see. If normally I could bench 80 with the camera on, it would look like I could bench press 90.
Exactly.
Brian Hodges taking on some water. You can see a lot of riders taking advantage of the naturally cooler temperatures outside. And then Mike Lister up next, the Team Tour 2000 rider.
All right.
Showing off his guns. That guy looks like he can bench press 100 pounds.
The beauty of being a cyclist is all the muscles are in the legs. How about that?
I love it. Well, it's been a pleasure having all of our athletes with us all season here at the Echelon Racing League. So I want to say thank you to the athletes for their participation, keeping this fun. It's we wouldn't be able to make it through some of these races without the personalities of our ERL athletes.
That's exactly right. It's good that they can have a little fun as well while we're watching them suffer.
Gap up to 1K for these two now. This is not looking good for third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh position. I'm not sure what the issue is. I'm not sure if nobody's in charge back in the chase group or if these guys are just that good that they can stay away here. The best case scenario, like any breakaway, is that the field underestimates the power of these two, right? They let them go. They say, look, they went at 40K to go. We still have 28K left. There's no way that two guys can stay away from a group of 18 chasing them down. So that may be the fatal thinking of this group right now, because you see that a lot, right? Where the field says, don't need to worry about them. And then before they know it, you're down to 10K and that gap is still at a kilometer.
Again, I just think this course is a bit different than what everybody's used to from these past couple of weeks. So I think it's going to be hard, even that much harder for these guys to chase them down. And it's up to, I would say it's up to Hodges, it's up to Draft Cycling, it's up to Project Echelon to really organize and start the effort. And I'd say you got to do it sooner than later. Like you said, you can. What we've seen in RGT is that you can't let these gaps open up and form because it's not coming back. So, like we normally see in real life. So, these guys, if they're going for it, they probably should get to it now, I would say.
Looks like things calming down for Hill and Nair here. But again, these guys can't do it themselves. They need everyone in this chase group with them to participate. They need everyone to work together. Project Echelon can't do it on their own. The other problem is there are a lot of Restart Racing riders in that chase group. I think at least 3 in the group that Hill and Nair are in. So you can't count on those guys to chase. Obviously, they're not going to chase down their teammate, Ken Bouchard, Hall up the road. And they may actually be sort of getting in the way. You can't really block on RGT. It's not like you can go up to the front and like slow down the entire group of the field. But you can go up there and pretend like you're going to take a pole and then let off and just kind of throw off the rhythm a little bit. Very similar to how you would try and mess up a chase effort in real life if you had a teammate up the road.
Yeah, and some would say, why would you want to bring Jaden Yeager back to the front? But at the same time, you have to think about those that are the race is up the road. So you can't already be trying to, play your chess game 3 steps ahead of time. You have to reset. You have to at least bring those guys back and have the reset and hope that Zach or Peter, are feeling well enough to cover Yeager and or again, like Hodges as well. Like all these guys, you have to be thinking, yes, they're here. We are very aware of that, but the race is up the road. The podium's up the road. The win's up the road.
I don't think many people in this group would be happy with third place out riding. It's like Project Echelon starting to build a little bit of an audience in their venue there. A little bit of a stadium setup at Lifetime Fitness. I love it. Hey, that's Bill Koch. I know that guy. Race director from the Tour of America's Dairyland. Dropping in to check in on these guys. Dairyland, always one of the favorites of the year up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 10 days of great crit racing. Hello, Mr. Bill, with a thumbs up from the Tour of America's Dairyland.
I'm always thankful of the friends and family that show up for bike racing. It can be a very selfish sport at times, and so to be aware of those that take time out of your day to support, and here they are staring at these guys and cheering them on and being supportive. It's extremely important.
Certainly makes it a little easier to push deep when get someone there with you. Roca now going hard on the front into the red zone, forcing Bouchard Hall to answer.
Yeah, putting Kevin under a bit of a pressure. Got a small gap from him.
So maybe Roca deciding to step on the gas now. Although I think Bouchard Hall should be able to link up there with him just fine. These guys onto the climb. As you see all the power numbers go into the red. Under the bridge before they wind their way back over.
Look at all those fans on the bridge. It's so nice to see they're out there too.
I love it. I like the over-under. There's a course in the United States, Winston-Salem has that where there's sort of a flyover section where they race over top of the Criterium course. I always thought that was cool.
It's a good spot for our directors to stand also to kind of know what's going on in different places of the course. So see when you're doing well or maybe when you're off the back.
Some of the draft racing riders at the back as we go up to a 1.3K gap for these two now. I'm wondering if this field has given up on bringing these two guys back. Certainly not trending in the right direction for riders looking to take a first or second spot today. And now Bouchard Hall opens up a little bit of time. Again, we've been talking about the GC implications of Bouchard Hall being off the front here because he's battling with Zach Nair for the third place spot. Remember, the winners of our overall series will be receiving the very first virtual racing NFTs minted by RGT and Project Echelon Racing League. So today, the final day of the Echelon Racing League, which means we'll be transferring the NFT into our winner's NFT wallet at the end of the day today. So be interesting to see who takes what I'm going to guess is probably their first NFT for the guys in this group. I don't know that we have any NFT collectors in the field yet, although you never know. There might be some
That would be
NFT
interesting
owners.
to know. Yeah, because these guys are pretty tech savvy, obviously. I mean, they're on Discord, they're on Zoom, they're on RGT. I wonder, I bet, because we do have some behind the scenes guys that also race. So I wouldn't be surprised if we've got a couple of NFT wallets already set up.
Obviously, a lot of confusion around the NFT trophy, but I think this is the future. You know, the real goal of the NFT is to be able to take that property with you wherever you go. I think the real future of this is probably in like being able to take that NFT jersey to multiple platforms. You could win like a world championship jersey, get the NFT for that jersey, and then you would need that NFT to wear it when you go to race on Zwift, go to race on RGT, go to race on those platforms. So I think NFTs have gotten a little out of hand with the like speculative market where people are making $1 million trading a picture of an ape or these characters that they're developing or whatever that is. I think that's a subset of the ultimate potential of NFTs. Not to sound like I'm hawking NFTs here on the broadcast. I don't have any to sell, so don't worry. I'm not asking you to buy any. But I do think there's some potential on the blockchain for how we can sort of roll it into virtual racing and make sure that these riders, you could take a bike with you, you could take pieces with you, just like we buy components in real life, right? You get the new SRAM red shifters, you can take those over and put those on your virtual bike, but you have to own it first in real life. So I think that's where the potential of NFT lies, or NFTs lie, I should say, in virtual racing and gaming into the future.
Hey, in real life, components are kind of hard to come by, so you never
Exactly.
know.
I wonder if we'll get to the point where maybe like the NFTs for a 10-speed chain will start trading for like a couple $100, you know?
Right.
Supply and demand. Roca opens up a little time here.
Again, it's just, I just think this course is just so dynamic, and it's going to be like this all day up until the finish. So it's going to be tricky to know how to play the game up until the finish. And these guys are very crafty racers. Gosh, Kevin's one of the best finishers we've seen. So if anybody's going to have the nail down on this finish, it's going to be Kevin.
Good preview of the finishing climb here as well. This is the run up to the line. You see that fencing starting right now. So I have to imagine you use this as a little bit of recon as well, trying to see what that last little climb feels like. Again, you can recon the course all you want, but everything's different on race day. You feel different. The rider that you're riding with changes the dynamic as well. So you kind of start to maybe test them here on the last climb. See if you can find a weakness, see if you can find a spot where, maybe they're not feeling so great. They say the best time to attack is not when you're feeling good, it's when everyone else is feeling bad. And I have to imagine that's right about now.
Yeah. Seems like Zach is wearing not necessarily a jersey, but just a fitted shirt almost. I mean, it looks like maybe it's some sort of indoor jersey specific.
Yeah, we've seen some riders wearing basically like a tech t-shirt. You don't, the zipping up or unzipping of the jersey, maybe not as important. I think he does have a zip here on the front. See a lot of riders with the base layer as well. That's a popular one, just to try to keep that sweat at bay, try and control it a little bit. These guys have some of the cooler jerseys in the peloton. They worked with a designer by the name of Steisel Designs. I don't know if you've seen any of these designs. This was the guy who went viral on Twitter and Instagram for making jerseys, imagining what it would look like if very high-profile brands worked with pro cycling teams. Do you remember seeing this? It was like if
Yes.
Gucci and EF Education
Yes.
did a jersey, and if Louis Vuitton and Lotto Soudal did a jersey, that kind of thing. So it was really cool designs, and Eric was able to reach out to that designer based in Belgium, I think he is, and got their kit designed for Project Echelon in 2021 into 2022 here.
I'm very much representing that design myself today with my pullover hoodie.
There we go. There's Lauren's Project Echelon kit.
Thank you, Jackaroo.
Going with the water theme this year. Every year, the Project Echelon jersey sort of has a theme that connects to their mission: educate, equip, and empower veterans through physical activity. And this year, speaking to the ever-flowing nature of water in our constant effort to move forward in our lives.
Yeah, we have these guys racing here on Echelon Racing League, and then a handful of guys racing in real life just north of Tucson and Oracle this morning. So we had a team meeting last night to kind of go over the game plan, and I may have been receiving some texts this morning on how the guys are doing. So it's fun to have multiple races going off at the same time today.
You're slowly descending into the world of a team director here, getting your first taste of it.
Very much enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. I love being part of teams. It's my first love. Maybe not so much the travel, but definitely helping when I can and where I can. But I absolutely love the sport in all capacities. I love commentating with you. I love racing. I love fundraising. It's a gift that's given me so much, so the opportunity to give back is something I would gladly do.
You left off the best part. You still love riding. That's the most important part of this.
You're right. You're exactly right. I do love riding. I don't like racing. I love riding.
I have to imagine that's hard as a professional athlete. When it becomes your job, it's hard to keep that love for something like riding. You can very easily burn out. And there are a lot of riders that retire from pro cycling and never touch a bike again. It's once it becomes your job and your income and the way you make your living, you have a very different relationship with the bike after that.
Yeah, and that's too bad for those that do walk away for good. And you have seen a lot of people walk away and then come back a year, 2 years, 5 years later. Once it kind of gets in your blood, it's really hard to give up, and it's such a gift. I mean, it could be a way to commute. Obviously a form of exercise, a great way to connect with the community if you're new to a new city or new town. So, it's not something I'll ever give up, and you and I are going to ride tandem at Iron Horse. Can't wait. So.
Yep. I've been training by not riding since we're doing the e-bike tandem, and I'm letting you do all the work.
Okay.
These guys need an e-bike tandem. Hill and Nair here. I'm sure wishing they could combine their power right about now.
Yeah, now we're in the last 20K. Talking to some fans, I can imagine. Let's try and get Zach on the podium and finish up this series on a high note.
Yep. And remember, a lot of this, if this break of two stays away, the mission for Project Echelon will then become to get Nair as high up in the field sprint as possible, right? Because 1 and 2 are going to be spoken for. It's really going to depend on the relationship between Bouchard Hall and Nair in terms of sorting out 3rd and 4th place overall coming into this.
Exactly. Every spot he may potentially lose in this field sprint is points kind of being taken away from him.
So for Zach Nair, I have to imagine the game right now is just stay as fresh as you can. Try and stay out of trouble. Try and stay in the drafts. This is exactly where he needs to be, right in the middle of the group. Again, the game does punish you. You ride harder if you're on the front of this group. You see in the upper left corner, it says saving about 100 watts right now. That's because Nair is sitting in that draft of the rider in front of him. So you can save a pretty significant amount of energy over a 60K race by using that drafting to their advantage. Project Echelon also has Harden and Grief in the group we talked about. You see Peter Olenichek hanging out just behind there. Lauren, by the way, I have to give you credit on Olenichek. You are the world's first analyst to get Olenichek's name right on the first try. I have worked with, at this point, over 24 cycling commentators, and I don't think any of them have ever delivered Olenichek the way that you did that time through. So well said on Peter Olenichek there. You can see the confusion. It doesn't really read like Olenichek, but Peter explained it to me very well. He said it's Ola, like hello, knee, like your knee on your leg, and check, like a check mark. Olenichek.
Well, you must have a short-term memory because you are the one that taught me how to say his name back at Road Nationals last summer, and it's just stuck. Because I was just like, I don't know this guy's name, and there's no way I would just butcher his name. Yeah, so all the credit actually goes back to you, Brad, so thank you. I'm always learning in this sport, and today is no different.
I took the hit for both of us a few years ago when I called Oljan Zik through the line at a race that he won, and I quickly learned it was Olenichek.
We're just doing the best we can, guys. This is the best we can.
It's a learning process.
Yes.
Gap coming down a little bit for these guys. Remember, they went over a kilometer up the road. It's now under 900 meters now, and Eric Hill is back on the front with Walter Claes in the chase group. See a lot of red power numbers back there, so maybe they are lifting the tempo here at 16K to go. Starting to run out of real estate here, though. They might have waited a little too long to try to close this one down.
I definitely don't doubt, within the last 20K or 15K, you can kind of start to smell the finish line, and you know that you can put forth a pretty hard effort versus, a 30K effort and maybe potentially run out. So, yeah, these guys are probably now knowing the last 15K, like it's all or nothing if you're going to catch them now, and the intensity factor of everyone now knowing that, right, you're getting closer and closer to the finish, so it's just going to ramp up all the way to the finish just based on the shortness of what's left in the race.
Back to the second group now. This is the Nair group on the road, and then a little further back we see Bowen caught out in 17th position. He's about 300 meters off the pace here, so I think Bowen has just been dropped out of this group. Looks like he was riding with them for a while. Not sure if just lost contact in the legs or maybe had a mechanical, had to drop out like we saw earlier. And then a little further back you see X Speed United with 2, and that'll be Kosella and Siebel, back with Mike Lister as well. There's Kosella. They do have Gonçalves up the road in that front group. He is in Chase 1, and then you see Kosella here, Siebel just behind him. Jason Smith a little further back in 22nd position right now, and then Teasdale rounding out the X Speed United roster. One of my favorite things about virtual racing, you don't see a lot of teams that have the obligation to their team and the jersey, and so you can have cool team names like X Speed United or Draft Racing or whatever it is. It's not like the Pepperidge Farm X Speed United cycling team.
I was wondering what example you were going to use. Yeah, and also Restart Racing, Above and Beyond Cancer, some of those guys and Project Echelon just being like, you know what, we're just going to stay the same because we do want to represent our sponsors in all capacities. So you get quite a mixed bag, don't you?
Lister and Siebel back here in 19th and 20th spot. Do see some teams with presenting sponsors in the Echelon Racing League. Team Tour 2000 presented by Callis. These guys doing a nice job riding together through the city limits of Leuven. Back to Jan Dekke in 21st. Had a good early start to the season. Dekke been having some trouble lately. And it looks like he's all alone out here. Still 3.5K ahead of the next group on the road. That'll be Smith, Harris, Navin, Swart, and then actually a little gap back to Swart and Furman.
Well, it's unfortunate that Swart never got back in, but he did at least get back into the race, essentially, and want to finish the day. So kudos to him for not just basically turning the computer off and calling it a day.
Roca opens another gap as we go back to the front here. About 60 meters ahead of Bouchard Hall. A little bit of a downhill section here, so that might be why he's getting away. That's Roca in the bottom right, and Bouchard Hall panicking in the bottom left.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this may be Kevin Bouchard Hall a little bit on the ropes in these last couple, last 15K. This is an interesting zoom look for Kevin when he kind of gets to this place. He's hurting pretty hard, so this is interesting to see.
It's amazing. Bouchard Hall is all over the bike. Roca looking like he's barely moving on the right side of the screen here. And meanwhile, it looks like Olenichek lifting the pace back in the field on the upper right-hand corner of your screen. 12.5K to go. But the question is, did they wait too long to try to bring this back? It's 1.2K that they have to make up to Roca and Bouchard Hall. With only 12K of racing to go, that's a tough math problem to balance.
Yeah, but having Peter up there kind of pushing the pace and seeing the pressure that Kevin's under now, if you see that on the platform, it gives you a little bit of encouragement to push that much harder and potentially, is Kevin cracking? Not quite sure. So those guys are going to have a little bit more incentive to push harder towards the finish.
I have to imagine this is just like when you get the race radio update that the brake is falling apart or the brake isn't working together anymore. All of a sudden the riders in the field start to perk up a little bit because they're like, oh, we might have a shot at this one.
Exactly.
Bouchard Hall back on and over the top of Roca on the way up the hill as this group continues to try to figure out what to do about that gap, although more and more it looks like they may be racing for third place. Remember earlier in the day how well these two were riding together, wheel to wheel, every time we saw them, right? They weren't making any mistakes, but that gets harder and harder to do as the day goes on because it takes you longer to respond to those moves. It takes your legs a little bit longer to snap up and close down the gaps. And so Bouchard Hall and Roca are not nearly as efficient as they were maybe a half hour ago as the duo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this isn't going to be pretty to the finish with these two. It's not going to be this nice, smooth roll into the last 2K. Again, due to the course constraints and the effort that's been put out today and over these last couple of weeks, everything is kind of adding up now, and the frustration sets in, the intensity factor kind of sets in now, and so this is not going to be a pretty finish for these two.
Roca going over the top of Bouchard Hall. Both riders pushing 9 watts per kilo right now. And you can see they immediately have to let off that. A little bit of a downhill section here as well.
Yeah, Roca is definitely the fresher of the two. Definitely pushing the pace more so than Kevin. It seems like when Kevin gets back, he's just trying to stay consistent and may, just gap Roca off just based on the game. But Roca is definitely the stronger of the two today right now, I'd say.
Yeah, from both watching the avatars riding and just looking at them on camera. I mean, I think Roca looks fresher than Bouchard Hall, but Roca seems to be more aggressive than Bouchard Hall today as well. So that lines up with sort of how they look in real life and how that's translating into the virtual avatars here. There they are again. Roca on the right, Bouchard Hall on the left. Not looking quite as fresh as he was 5 minutes ago for Roca. I think he's he's certainly feeling it. I'm not saying he's at 100% right now, but he's also not flooding his basement like Kevin Bouchard Hall is right now with the sweat coming off of him.
Yeah, and maybe that's just Roca's got a good poker face. I don't know, but it does look like Kevin's kind of recovered a bit. It's just so hard to tell, right? But the Zoom room definitely helps give us a bit of an indicator of how it's playing out. But these guys, trying to recompose themselves, get back together. Yeah, this is going to be brutal.
You can see some of the sweat pooling below Bouchard Hall. He's got that mat down, but indoor training really takes its toll on the individual riders. I'm going to have to start asking as I'm looking at houses if the house was owned by a virtual racing rider, because there might be some corrosion in the floor of wherever the paint cave is.
Yeah. And Kevin's MO is, when the hat's off, it's like the gloves are off. Like, look, this is it. This is the go time.
Roca out of the saddle as well, so they are starting to get into it. And yeah, like you said, some of this certainly just comes down to personal preference as well. Some riders just like to stand up more. Some riders are just more animated on the bike. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're suffering or struggling or anything like that. We're assuming that Bouchard Hall is feeling it because he is moving around quite a bit on the bike. Roca's starting to do the same thing, though.
Yeah, and like you said, like watching Kevin race over the past couple of weeks, he is known to stand more so than others. I think that's just that power to weight ratio. It's more comfortable and can put more power out standing up. But it also is kind of a telltale sign for him of either he's going hard or, it's kind of getting towards the end of the race. He's not like Jaden Yeager, who is just sitting the entire day until the sprint.
This group falling apart as well in the chase. Looks like Dowd, Blodgett, and Hardin trying to take a look up the road. Yeager, Clace, and Nair chasing here on your screen right now. So those three you see just slipping up the road at top of your screen right now. Not a lot of panic from these guys yet. Zach Nair still in the green zone and his power meter. So again, this is sizing up the competition and making a call. Do I go after it? Do I sit back? Do I let someone else try and go?
And just the testament to the course too. If somebody attacks, it is so hard to just fall in line and into that streamline because this course is so many turns left and right, and the platform may drop out in the corner, so that gap opens up and it's extremely hard to close down. If they can find a spot that it is straight for just a bit, they can kind of slowly weld it back together, and it's not coming back together as fast as we may have seen in some of our previous races. So that does put some of them under pressure, especially towards the end of the race, because you're used to bringing that brake back more quickly or more efficiently, and then on this course that's not the case today, especially towards the end of the race. It gets a little bit more tricky.
Again, we always talk about the concentration required for these guys on RGT. You saw both of them just staring into the camera back at us. They're not looking at us. They're looking at the game, and what they're really looking at is that drafting meter in the upper left corner. They're trying to keep that at exactly where it needs to be. It's like, just trying to keep that right there in the optimum zone, if you will. So that's why they're staring at the screen, because they want to get this just right and be as efficient as possible. See how Roca lets off here? See how he didn't go past Bouchard Hall? I can't stress enough how hard that is to do on RGT, to let off like that and not go right by him. Just like in real life, I mean, there's certainly an element of learning how to ride up to a wheel and then sit on it, but I think it's amplified even more on RGT. Yeah, see, that trade-off right there is what I was talking about. When you have a bad swap, it shows on RGT, and it really, really comes out in the gap that forms afterwards. So the good swaps, they've been doing them all day, and so we haven't seen a lot of gaps like this.
Yeah, it's interesting to know those little nuances, and all of those start to add up again, like we're talking about. And it can add to frustration, and it can add to lactic acid in the legs, and like you're saying, to know how to play the game really, really well makes you that much more efficient and more successful.
I have greatly underestimated the chasers behind these guys and maybe overestimated these two, because that gap is now down to 600 meters back, about 670 right now back to Hardin. Remember, this was 1.2 kilometers not that long ago, so they did bring back a significant chunk over the last 4 or 5 minutes of racing. They've still got 5K to go. I'm back to thinking that this breakaway has a chance to be caught today.
I guess so, but I mean, again, we were looking back at Roca and Kevin Bouchard Hall a couple of K ago, and they were in the hurt locker, both of them, and now they've kind of settled back down. And I don't know if that's just like where they are on the course, or if one of them may have had attacked when we weren't looking, or now are they settling back in? I mean, now, yeah, you're getting down to the 5-6K left to go. But you're right. Like, can Will be up here and bring this back? Can Dowd keep the pressure on? And when we were looking at Dowd in the Zoom room, he didn't look that comfortable either. So it's managing those efforts in that time that's left. Can they pull that back? I don't know, Brad.
The issue that I see in that chase group is that they're not cooperating as well as these two guys up the front. I say that as Roca opens a gap over Kevin Bouchard Hall, making him chase back on. These guys always have a way of making the commentators look bad.
That's half the fun of the game is, hey, you know what? We called it wrong. Welcome to our side of things. We have no idea.
You're wrong a whole lot more than you're right. Just like in bike racing, you lose a lot more than you win. I think the same goes for commentary here as well. Third, fourth, and fifth place on your screen. Dowd, Hardin, and Blodgett. Again, if they can link up and work together, they still have a shot to bring those two back up the road. I would say Blodgett probably needs to get into this mix and get into that draft sooner rather than later. As they go under 5K.
It's a pretty big ask for those guys. Again, when we were looking at them in the Zoom room, Hardin had a pretty good poker face. Also, I wonder if camera angle plays into a factor into not showing too much. You can't. Well, I mean, Will just has a good good poker face, good race face, and to me, it doesn't look like Dowd is smiling.
I don't think there are many riders still smiling remaining in this race. Dowd, Hardin, and Blodgett are now gone from the other chasers. So what was a group of 12 that could have cooperated to bring this back is now looking like 2.5 guys working together to bring this back. Here comes Blodgett. Now he'll get in the conversation.
Sometimes having fewer in this situation to roll through and work together and to bring something back is better, because when you have so many, like you said, it's unorganized. Not everybody's on the same page. Not everybody's on the same effort, and especially in the virtual world. So this is, like you said, this is more likely to catch that front group than maybe all 8 or 10 of them that were in that bigger group in the back. Yeah, there's a ton of horsepower back there, but this is a more concerted effort, more efficient effort.
Gap is back up over 1K, so I am back to thinking that our two leaders stay away today. They've only got 2.4K left up on the front. I don't think you see a kilometer brought back over the next 2.5 kilometers. So now I'm sure Bouchard, Hall, and Roca have come to that conclusion as well, which explains why they're at 1.7 watts per kilo here playing the waiting game. This is basically a track match sprint at this point, waiting for the first person to make the first move. I love racing like this. Tactical. It's basically a standoff situation between these two, and then the added factor of the chasing group behind them. They can let off a little bit, but not too much that Blodgett, Dowd, and Hardin are able to come up and join them. Bouchard Hall goes on the attack. Again, 5.9% gradient right now. They've still got one more climb up to the finish. It is a little bit of a kick up to the line. They're almost done with this one. Little bit of a downhill, and then it kicks up for the last few hundred meters.
And if I'm not mistaken, there was a turn running into that finish line as well. So again, a couple of different factors playing into that finish, and again, Kevin's so good at these finishes. It'll be interesting to see if Roca can make a jump on him.
Last turn comes 800 meters from the line, so that is just long enough to try to launch out of it. But again, Bouchard Hall has that finishing kick, and I think he's better in the corners as well. I think he can snap out of the corners a little better than Roca. So can he hold that for 800 meters out of the corner, though, is the question.
Definitely see a change in cadence for Kevin down there. Both of these guys, like you said, they're both relaxed a little bit now.
And look at the gap, down to 600 meters back right now. That's the 1K banner up ahead, the Flamme Rouge that they're heading under right now. So as we go inside of 1K, that gap at 650 meters, I think these guys got it, Lauren. It's 1,000-meter standoff to the line for Roca and Bouchard Hall now.
This is first and second for sure.
Into that last little bend up ahead. Bouchard Hall goes on the attack. He'll let off a little bit into the red zone. And now it lifts. Roca falling behind. Bouchard Hall up to 600 meters to go.
Kevin Bouchard Hall going early.
Yeah. Well, maybe he didn't like his chances going against Roca to the line. Down to 450 now. Roca is closing it. Both riders staying in the red zone the entire time here. This is a deep, deep effort from both. 320 meters to go now. Roca lets off a little bit as Bouchard Hall goes inside his last 200 meters. Not coming back. Roca throws in the towel, and Kevin Bouchard Hall will add another victory to his Echelon Racing League season and maybe move up on GC as well. Bouchard Hall wins in Leuven as Mason Roca will go second. Great ride for these two guys today. Getting away, held off the field, stayed away, but in the end, Kevin Bouchard Hall outsprints Mason Roca from 800 meters out to take the win here in Leuven. Back to the race for third. Dowd and Hardin still together. They have dropped Blodgett. He is gone. Now Dowd goes on the attack with 700 meters to go to the line for him. Hardin trying to respond. He gets up there. Goes over the top of Dowd. And now Dowd just trying to hold on to this wheel. Zach Nair is behind them, but at 150 meters back. Doesn't look like Nair will ride his way onto a podium today. So it's going to be between these two to figure out who takes that bronze medal spot. Blodgett will be behind them in 5th position as we go up to Hardin trying to finish here. Dowd 5 meters back, coming up onto the wheel. Makes it past at 160 meters. Hardin can't respond. And Dowd picks up the win from just over 100 meters out of this group. That'll be good for third place on the day for Oliver Dowd. Will Harden going to go fourth, and then that should put David Blodgett behind them across the line in fifth. As long as Blodgett holds off Zach Nair and Jan Yeager here, he may not. Yeager gets past him. Nair gets past him. And they will go 5 and 6 to the line. Blodgett ends up 7. Hodges in 8th. This will be Todd Soley in for 9th. And here's the race for 10th, 11th, 12th on down. Gonzalez, Cooper, Olenichek leading the way. Cooper to the front.
This is such a long finish for everybody. Everybody's hitting it like almost 800 meters out and just trying to hold it to the line. It's quite impressive.
And there you go. Olenichek gets the line for 11th. Plager in for 12th. And looks like Cooper will be good for 13. Well, the two stayed away today, Lauren. It's a story as old as bike racing. The breakaway trying to hold off a hard-charging field behind him. Two riders working together, but in the end, Bouchard Hall gets Mason Roca by just over 8 seconds to the line. Oliver Dowd ends up 3rd place, and Will Harden takes 4th place on the day for Project Echelon, getting 2 riders inside the top 10, but Zach Nair up there in 5th place as well. Look at Mason Roca, 3.79 watts per kilo, most efficient guy inside the top 5. I'm wondering if he's starting to think I probably could have put another 0.2 watts per kilo out there. Maybe tried to keep up with Bouchard Hall, but again, really depends on what you have in the tank going into the day.
I don't know. I think that was probably all he had today. I mean, Kevin went from 800 meters, Brad. Well, who would have thought that he was going to go that early and to hold it all the way to the line? So impressive.
Well, Bouchard Hall ends the day at an hour 48 on the day. We'll take a look at Zach Nair's GC situation to see where that ends up. But right now, let's go grab a word with our race winner in the SIS interview room.
Winner of today's race, Kevin Bouchard Hall. Kevin, an amazing performance today and an amazing performance throughout the season. What makes this win amazing for you?
You know, I knew it was going to be a really hard course. I thought this might be one of the hardest races of the year, like anything I do this year in terms of intensity. And that turned out to be true. It was a real tactical battle with Roca. I just, we were going hard the whole time. He was better on the downhills. I was better on the climbs. And neither one of us could really make any headway. But I mean, I don't even know if I was making him hurt, but he was murdering me. There was several times he got a gap and I could not close it. Even by the time, most of that last 2 laps, if he got a meter on me, it was almost impossible to come back. It was, and that was a good sprint at the end by me. So I was happy about that.
I want to pick your brain a little bit about that sprint. There was a decision with about 500, 400 meters to go where you just decided to push it. What was going through your mind? Why did you decide to go then?
I knew my only help was the pitch. Anywhere upward pitch, I felt like I could out watt per kilogram him. But I knew he would come back on the flats. And there was a pitch right there. And it was just early enough where it was low enough speed going in that maybe coming out, I could get a jump on him and then hit the pitch and then try to hang on for the end. I've been working on my 1 minute power for Worlds in 2 weeks, and that was a good test. So I jumped there and just went all the way in. I died 1,000 deaths at 250 meters to go. Thank God that I think he set up because I was dead. So I ran out of road.
Talking about Worlds, thank you so much, Kevin. But going forward and looking to the future, how are you preparing for Worlds in a couple of weeks?
Well, these races have been wonderful because they're really hard and punchy, and they're a little bit longer, which I think is better for building fitness. And then other than that, I'm doing the Premier League races on Monday, and then I've been doing more and more specific training, working on 1 minute power, 2 minute power, that punchy stuff for the finish, and then and then I try to turn that into doing Unbound. So totally perfect for that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kevin. Great performance today. Brad, back to you.
Thank you very much, Emma. I can't think of two more polar opposite things: virtual racing on RGT and then going to do the Unbound gravel race, which is one of the longer in real life races you'll ever do in your life. Well, Kevin Bouchard-Hall, an impressive guy on the bike. That's all I can say about that, as he takes the win today. Again, 8 seconds ahead of Mason Roca. Some good rides out there from Zach Nair, Will Harden, Oliver Dowd. They gave it a go at the end. Those three riders deserve a little bit of credit for at least taking that gamble to try to get away, jumping out of the field. That's a risky move, Lauren.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those last couple of the last 8 kilometers, it kind of broke down to those 3 guys off the front. So yeah, kudos to those guys for just not giving up and fighting to the finish, and it leads to a podium for Oliver Dowd. So that's a good result still.
Well, as Bouchard-Hall wraps up our men's competition, that gets us ready to move over to our pro women's racing here in the Echelon Racing League, where we have seen one of the greatest of all time in virtual racing. The short time that virtual racing has been around, Jackie Godby has established herself as, without a doubt, one of the best in the world. We're going to watch her on course here very soon. But, Lauren, the domination of Jackie Godby this season, it's not just about how she wins, it's the consistency of her winning every single week.
Yeah, and we go back to the basics with her of talk about checking the boxes of having everything set up. She's never drop out. I hope I'll jinx her today by saying that, but she's always very gracious to her competitors. She's always got her chocolate set up, and yeah, she's just a great all-around athlete and extremely strong and just focused. You never see her crack ever in any of these races.
Well, Jackie Godby is up next here in the Echelon Racing League. Congratulations to Kevin Bouchard-Hall, our winner today in the pro men's field. We're going to take a quick break here in the ERL, and when we come back, pro women are on course.
As an athlete, getting marginally better is one thing. Getting exponentially better puts you in a whole new ballgame. Biomoto uses a proprietary digital process to capture movement at 200 frames per second and 70 sensors per foot to measure ground-based forces, resulting in advanced motion analysis that's up to 10 times more accurate than orthotics. It's the data generated by this process that allows Biomoto to construct custom insoles that make athletes faster, stronger, and more stable, and result in an unprecedented 95% success rate.
My name is Dr. Alan Lim. I'm an exercise physiologist, and I've spent most of my career working with professional cyclists. For years, I've been getting riders to ride on static trainers that don't move. But now, with the Infinity technology by Ceres on the MP1 platform, you have fore-aft movement as well as side-to-side movement that ultimately greatly enhances comfort. Every single contact point can move in a more natural way, and over the long haul, what that means is you don't get beat up by your static trainer. With just that little bit of motion, you start to replicate what you feel in the outdoors, and that changes the entire experience. I think that one of the big reasons for that is that we're naturally tuned to want to move. Our vestibular system, when it's activated, ends up, creating, I think, a sense of harmony or joy that just isn't the same when you're not able to move. It's like the difference between a rocking chair versus a static chair. And a lot of it, I think, is about expectation, because when you get it on a bicycle, you expect it to move. And so when you get on the MP1 platform with the Infinity technology, you get that same level of movement. 6 degrees side to side, 9.5 inches fore and aft. And what that does is it creates an experience that is just so much more enjoyable, so much more fun than being on a static trainer. When you look at the design of the MP1 platform, it's not just designed for the H3 trainer by Ceres. It's also designed to be compatible with almost every new smart trainer currently on the market. So if you don't own the H3, but you have your own trainer at home, odds are this will be compatible with the MP1. Another unique feature of the Infinity technology on the Ceres MP1 platform is that it's best in class. You have 6 degrees of side-to-side motion and 9.5 inches of fore-aft motion. That's movement that specifically replicates what you feel outdoors, and there's no other competitor on the market that can simulate that type of movement. It's certainly not the kind of movement that you can get by just putting tennis balls under your trainer. Cycling isn't just about your legs and your lungs. It's also about being able to handle the bicycle, and that takes a lot of control in both your core as well as all of these small stabilizer muscles. On an indoor trainer that is static, you're just not getting any of that specificity. But with the Infinity technology built into the MP1 platform, you are able to use and have to use all of those stabilizers to control the bicycle. The net effect is that not only do you get a workout for your legs and your lungs, but you also get a workout for your core. The Infinity technology built into the MP1 platform creates the best-in-class movement for any trainer system. You've got 6 degrees of side-to-side movement, 9.5 inches of fore-aft movement, and the net result is way more comfort, way more fun, the ability to use your core or stabilize your muscles, and you've got a platform that is compatible with most trainers.
Final race of the Echelon Racing League about to get underway here as our pro women get ready to take to the course in virtual Leuven, which, Lauren, I learned is just a brief 136 kilometers away from Wevelgem, where you won your great Ghent-Wevelgem victory. So you know this area well, racing in your time in Europe, but this course is much different than I think what we've seen for most of the year in the Echelon Racing League. This European Belgian style road racing certainly brings a different dynamic to the racing as we saw in the men's field.
Sorry, just to go back to Kevin's interview, and he was just speaking on that point, exactly what you're saying is this course is so dynamic and so much harder than anything else that we've raced against this year. So, yes, this is quite a different course, and it showed in the men's race.
Well, there's one rider that everybody is looking at in this race, that, of course, being Jackie Godby, the dominant rider in this series. But last week, we saw a rare upset for Jackie Godby where Rhea Mobbs was able to open up a little bit of time at the Joe Martin stage race. She held on to that into the last 100 meters of racing, and we saw one of the few upsets of Jackie Godby of the season. Mobbs had a great weekend, came back from a technical, fought back up to the front, and then was able to hold on to beat Jackie Godby. So that's certainly got to give Rhea Mobbs some confidence.
Yeah, and again, talking on this course, Godby can't really get
so
into
today,
a rhythm here.
well, yesterday after the huge technical issue, I made sure that I just saved my legs for today and just thought I'd take a risk. And obviously, I took it at the right time. I could see a gap forming, so I knew it was my time just to go and not wait.
And this course was different from yesterday's course. Yesterday's course was more of a long form. This is more of a crit. How did this course fit in your riding style specifically?
Yeah, so as a, more power rider, I prefer the really punchy races rather than those really long hills and drags like yesterday, and focusing on the hour power rather than the 2 hours that was yesterday, which is much more comfortable than yesterday.
Well, if Mobbs likes punchy power, she should love the course out there today. Last week, she comes up 5 seconds ahead of Jackie Godby. Erin Ayala ended up third place, and Mallory McCrosty in fourth. Kimberly Miller will be another one that we're looking for out there today in fifth place for the Beast Mode presented by Rose Team. But it shows that Jackie Godby can be beat. You just have to play the game the right way. You have to beat her tactically out there on the course.
Yeah, and again, going back to this course specifically, that's exactly what this will play into Mobbs' advantage today, I would think. You know, Godby coming from a time trial or a triathlete background, this is, not going to feel good for her today.
Nice lead in the overall series standings as Godby pushes past 1,600 points at 1632. Erin Ayala did move into second place overall for the Velocity Vixen team at 1590. And then got to give some credit to Dylan Baker, junior rider racing on the Project Echelon team, who has moved her way into third place overall. A very impressive ride for a young Dylan Baker. That'll be a name to keep an eye on. And third spot, again, with just under 1,600 points, 15-7 of Baker. A little further down, Kim Miller in fourth, Mara Nelson in fifth. Seen some good results from them. Emma O'Toole, the other Project Echelon rider, in here into sixth. And then it goes Rokkanen, Nelson, Carolus. And then you see Rhea Mobbs down in 10th place overall. She's not going to beat Jackie Godby on the overall. This is only a stage win that Mobbs would be looking for today. That was all she was after last week. Just didn't have the consistency that Godby did for the rest of the season. But it'll be interesting to see if anybody can beat Godby again. But again, we're looking at the top of pretty much the peak of fitness this season coming into the Nationals and World Championship run. So I think Jackie Godby is going to be at the top of her game coming into this one. Godby has been undefeated in the overall GC battles every weekend. We saw Rhea Mobbs beating her on the final day of the Joe Martin stage race. But when you look at the GC winners of season 2, there is only one winner in the women's field.
The queen of RGT, Jackie Godby. And I can't imagine anything's going to change today. So, yeah, this is good for her going into Worlds, International Championships. It's a good spot for her to be in, and she has dominated this entire series.
Again, got to be looking at the bigger things, I think, on her radar. She's already got this one wrapped up, which means she has the official Echelon Racing League NFT trophy coming her way. I'm sure she's been setting up, preparing her NFT wallet, just as she's been perfectly prepared for everything else here in the Echelon Racing League. I'm sure Jackie has been working on her NFT wallet to make sure that she can collect this for our NFT winners. Our Community League winners will also be receiving NFTs minted by RGT and the Echelon Racing League. So these will be transferred at the end of the day today, going into the NFT's wallets after we've been promising them all season. All right, Lauren, this course, the most unique course that we're going to see all season. A lot of corners on this one.
Lots of left and rights. It was super dynamic for the guys race. Some intense hills going into the finish. Again, we saw Kevin Bouchard go at 800 meters out. Such an early sprint effort and just attrition to the finish line.
You can see about 15K on a lap. There are basically 3 major climbs out there, including that last kick up to the finish. And like you said, in the men's race, we saw that had a pretty major effect on the racing. It's that corner at 800 meters and then a slow drag up to the line. So it is an uphill finish. Maybe good for somebody if they can get Jackie Godby into a 2-up sprint on the line, because Godby is, again, more of a power rider, not the best sprinter, not the best finisher. So if you can at least get Godby to the line, that's the shot that you need. That's what Rhea Mobbs was able to do, and that's what these riders are hoping to do again today. Final warm-ups underway, final prep getting sorted as we are inside of 3 minutes to race start. We're going to take a very short break here before our race start for our pro women. The riders getting ready in the Zoom room, and when we come back, we're underway with the final race of the Echelon Racing League.
As an athlete, getting marginally better is one thing. Getting exponentially better puts you in a whole new ballgame. Biomoto uses a proprietary digital process to capture movement at 200 frames per second and 70 sensors per foot to measure ground-based forces, resulting in advanced motion analysis that's up to 10 times more accurate than orthotics. It's the data generated by this process that allows Biomoto to construct custom insoles that make athletes faster, stronger, and more stable, and result in an unprecedented 95% success rate.
Pro win on the line for the final day of the Echelon Racing League, as once again Jackie Godby looks to add another victory to her list. You can see the riders lined up around them as we go inside the final 30 seconds to race start here, Lauren. They start ramping up the power once again, and there is Godby in the upper left corner of your screen, a view that we have come to know well here in the Echelon Racing League. I'll be a little sad not to see the American flag every Saturday and Sunday morning when we log into the Echelon Racing League, but I'm sure Jackie Godby looking forward to a little break from racing here after the Nationals and World Championship block.
Yeah, it's time for her to move on to greater things, isn't it? And a good day for Ayala, too. This is a good course for her. She has such a good sprint finish as well.
I see everybody taking off from the line as everyone got up and out of the saddle, trying to lift that power as much as possible. A few of our camera bikes stand behind on the line to keep an eye on things, but here we go. Jackie Godby getting things started early right now. Now, we talked about Jackie Godby's sort of desire for some competition in these women's races. She's not afraid to let some riders stay with her. She likes to make competition. She likes to make it interesting. But at this point in the season, Godby can't really afford to like take those easy days. When you're training this hard and you're at like this peak of fitness, every day matters and every bit of training matters, and you have to keep training at that level to be riding at that level. So Godby getting ready to go up against some of the best in the country next week, and then the best in the world 2 weeks after that. So she really needs to be riding at a high level. I don't think you see Godby let off on a day like today. She needs these 2 hours of hard riding to get trained up.
Yeah, it would be nice to have some race tactics by having a group up there with her, and I think that's been a testament to her previous world championships, and just having that stimulus around you of having some other athletes and that are all of your level and your capabilities. But yeah, you're right. I mean, she's not going to have a soft day or just ride the back. She's always going to go off the front. She's always going to do what she wants to do at her pace. And if you can follow and be a part of it, that's great. She enjoys that competition, but if not, she's also very comfortable being out there by herself. Yep. Like we saw last weekend at Joe Martin, she didn't really want to do it, but she can just refocus her goals on the actual course and standing and sitting and how to corner. So yeah, she always makes the most of every day.
Real battle today is going to be in that race for second, third, fourth spot, because looking more and more like Godby going to be a solo rider today. But it's Ayala, Miller, Rokkanen, O'Toole, and Nelson that are going to provide the entertainment today in our pro women's field, because these riders have proved to be fairly evenly matched over the last few weeks, and if they stay together, this could turn into a really interesting day for this group of 5.
One of the familiar names from last weekend that we won't see today is Mallory McCrosty. I know that she is currently also racing in real life in Oracle this morning. So we'll miss her as well. But yeah, this group, we are very familiar with all together and putting forth a good battle for the day.
Ayala opening a little gap here. Rokkanen going with her. Nelson, O'Toole, and Miller trying to figure out how to close it down. Godby going to lock in right around 4.6, 4.7 watts per kilo and just hold it there.
Just a metronome. She is such a beast. It just, to stay that focused this long man, it's just unbelievable. But I mean, I guess that's also that triathlete mentality and background and experience. But yeah, she's very comfortable up there.
Ayala, clearly the leader of this group, but looks like she'll settle down a little bit. That's Ayala down in the bottom right corner of our SIS Zoom room. Erin is rocking a new desk in her pain cave today. She was rewarded with a new setup for a Valentine's Day gift from her partner at home. She said she came home from a day out and came home to a brand new training desk.
Oh, that's very nice.
Yeah, I think it puts a little higher, a little easier to access things.
I guess that'll last a little bit longer than roses.
That's right.
The good thing about this group, this is where, we've seen Erin do really well this season, and she's learning back here. That's, the flip side of the coin with Godby getting in good training today. What she will, what you could trade off in training would be pack skills and kind of get a sense of how people ride, being around this group, and if someone attacks you, Godby could use a little bit of that leading into Worlds, but again, I understand she's just trying to maximize the training as well, but there's also the other side of training that you could train, the pack skills and the sprinting and trying to figure out the avatars. But for Erin, this has been such a good series for her. Because she has stuck with Godby for a bit, and then she'd get dropped, she'd be back in this group, and then learn how to race forward out of this group and get a result. So she's had a really good year. It may not reflect to the top step of the podium, but this has been a good step up and good learning year for Erin. There's no doubt in my mind.
See her scratch bottle set up. They do make specific desks for virtual racing, like anything. You can buy it, or you can oftentimes make it yourself at home for significantly less. Customize it a little bit. Get it set just to your perfect specifications wherever you are. Trying to figure out who the heroes on the wall are here for Erin Isle. Has some posters hanging up behind her. Not sure if they're athletes or who they are. A little bit of inspiration.
We're gonna need her social media fan to get back to us on that before the end of the race, please. Pre-race, we did see her empty out some of her gels to the left of the computer. So again, preparing for a long day on the trainer and having the setup just right, like we've talked about week in, week out. Something that Godby has mastered. Everyone has their system and everyone has their food and fan setup. It's always been a lot of fun to see how it's evolved over the season.
We've been talking about the process of the pre-race preparation. I also noticed last week I was watching Jackie Godby's post-race. After she finishes, she always does the same thing every week. It's obvious that you want to prepare the same way beforehand, but she's cooling down the same way afterwards. It's uploading the power files the same way every time. It's that process that continues through just racing. It's a holistic approach. So I thought that was interesting that it extends into things like recovery and rest. You have to take those just as seriously as you do the preparation.
Again, talking about just this real race that's happening this weekend here in Tucson, and being here at the Homestretch Foundation with all the gals that went up to race. This is their first race of the season, and the questions on the Slack account of basic necessities of your sunscreen, your chamois cream, your computer, your heart rate strap, your shoes, your helmet. And the same thing goes for the virtual racing. All of that, and they've honed the craft over the season. So now at this point, the league championships, it becomes second nature. And like you're saying, her cool down, it's dialed in, and that is leading into national championships, into worlds. And so she is fully prepared to set herself up for a really great day.
Super important in the multi-day races as well. And we've had a lot of those here in the Echelon Racing League. You got to recover and race the next day. So luckily, the Nationals and Worlds run are standalone races. Nationals February 20th weekend, and then the Worlds, I think, the week after that. But I would imagine she probably doesn't want to race the day before. There's no advantage, I don't think, to doing any prep that close to your target competition. So she's probably happy. Do a little ride on Friday. You just kind of keep the legs loose, like any pre-ride or pre-race sort of shakedown. And then get ready to go Saturday morning.
And a lot of times those rides are more for your nerves than your body. You get to a race and all you have to do is sit around and think about the race. I mean, yes, she has a full-time job, so Friday she's got other things, more serious things to worry about than bike racing, but at the same time, it's still in the back of your mind because she's done so well and she wants to do well. She's a type A individual that is very competitive and wants to win every race she enters. So, it's in the back of your mind. So yeah, an easy pedal sometimes just helps alleviate the nerves or those feelings of insecurity or questioning yourself. It's just nice to get on what you know and what's comfortable, and that's your bike.
Godby riding the road bike in the game, but she does ride a time trial bike in real life. Godby getting her first look at this roughly 5% gradient on the way up. We talked about the difference of a course on race day versus pre-riding a course or trying to take a look at it. I would imagine those are pretty similar for Jackie Godby, the pre-ride and race day scenario here, because she's all alone on both of them.
Yeah, I guess so. Again, things that I've never experienced in my life. So she's such a gifted athlete. It's been a pleasure to watch her race all season.
This group has put on a great show as well. Nelson, O'Toole, Ayala, Rokinen, Miller, always there every week. And the thing I like about this group of 5, it always plays out differently, right? Like there's not 2 better riders than the other 5 in here. These riders have all had their time having good weeks in the ERL, and so that's what makes this group really interesting to watch. There is no clear-cut favorite in this race for second.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Brad. I mean, again, I go back to Ayala because I feel like she's honed the craft the most this season. But yeah, having Emma O'Toole come up from the community league, am I correct in that? Do I remember that right? You know, to have that opportunity week in and week out to race with the pros, and yeah, what an experience! And she's definitely taken the reins on that and taken advantage of it and raced really well this year.
Runkinen dropping out of the group a little bit. Looks like she's just going to drop the wattage down, maybe a little more comfortable around the 2 mark. I don't think this is a dropout because normally we see that power go to 0. So maybe just hitting a wall here and deciding she's more comfortable around the 2.6 to 3 watt per kilo zone. These climbs are tough. I mean, again, once you lose contact, especially on the steeper sections of these, it would be pretty easy to come unglued. But Rokinen has been strong this season. She's getting back up to 2.7 watts per kilo now, so.
Yeah, you kind of wonder, like you said, maybe it wasn't a dropout, but maybe, I don't know. I would think there would have to be something else because I can't imagine she would just go from, you know, almost less than a watt per kilo to back up to 2. So this is, I don't know, maybe something else is going on.
We do not have a camera on Rokinen where she's riding, but you have to imagine there's a lot that can go wrong in real life in virtual racing too. We saw some cats come into the screen walking across the computer. We've obviously seen dogs showing up for some attention. If there's any kids in the house, sometimes it's hard to keep them at bay. So I'm not sure what's happening with Rokinen, but obviously having a rough day today. All right, back up to Godby and what is now a group of 4 trying to chase her down as Kim Miller from the Beast Mode Rose Squad sets up on the front to try to bring these riders back. We're talking about the name of the teams. I learned a little bit more about that Beast Mode Rose Squad. Rose is a bike company, bike shop based out of Germany. So they do have one of the few teams with a title sponsor here in the virtual racing world.
I mean, why shouldn't companies and bike shops be a part of this? You know, it's another way to get their brand out to a whole different market that may not be in real life cyclists or racers. You know, virtual world is almost likened to gaming. So, yeah, why wouldn't companies want to jump on that opportunity?
I just bought 4 Pactimo jerseys in the time we were watching Jackie Godby here, so it works.
I hate to tell you, Brad, but that doesn't mean you're going to go faster.
Oh. But I got the race fit. That doesn't mean perfect. I'm going to be fit to race. I thought I was buying fitness.
Yeah, good try though.
No, I think I've resigned myself to a club fit for life, and I'm just fine with that. Ayala, Miller, Nelson, O'Toole, all in the red zone here. Taking a look at the gameplay on the right side of the screen. It's because they're on this 8% gradient working their way up. Ayala opens a little time over Moira Nelson. Miller is right behind her. There she is.
And watching Ayala race these last couple of races, I feel like she's on the cusp of a really big breakthrough as far as fitness, because she is able to stick with Godby for a bit and then gets dropped and then comes back to this group. And like you said, now we're seeing her kind of off the front of this group. So she's just in that space of maybe not to Godby's fitness level yet, but, you know, potentially better than this group ever so slightly. So, you know, she's been racing so well this year, and like I said, I think she's just really, maybe she has a good summer season. Maybe you'll see her at Dairyland. You know, she has a lot of potential, and it's trending in the right direction.
Yeah, every week we would see her ride with Godby for at least a little while. It would be really easy to say, like, look, I'm just going to focus on winning second place instead of seeing how long I can hang with first place. That would be the first thought for a lot of riders. Like, look, my energy is best used trying to win the silver medal here. But Ayala goes with Godby because she's trying to test herself every week. So it's very impressive to see her risk-taking ability, her appetite for risk, and her appetite for pain, because she knows riding with Jackie Godby is not going to be, and to voluntarily put yourself in that position says a little something about Erin Ayala.
Exactly, and some of the best ways to get better is to train with someone that's better and faster than you, and there's always someone better and faster. So this is that, if anything, she can always chalk it up to it's good training.
So Ayala trying to hold off Nelson and Miller behind her. Again, even in this scenario, a lot of riders would look at this and say, well, why do I need to be 10 meters ahead of these two behind us? And it's because Ayala is constantly trying to push herself, constantly trying to push her opponents, and trying to keep the pace of the race in general high. I got to get some of whatever Erin eats during her races.
Again, Brad, I hate to break it to you, but that's the jersey and the food may not be the best way to quote unquote train. You gotta pedal.
I see what you're saying.
But I like that your mindset's there.
Competitive mindset, that's all that matters. She's got the towel hanging underneath. That's cool. Wipe the hand off. Again, it's just the little things.
Looks like they have a bit of a construction project or something going on to the left of the screen, or some moisture protection on the wall. Nice cubby system with the weights.
Ayala running a high tempo here as well. Her cadence relatively high when you compare to someone like Jackie Godby, who tends to push a bigger gear, a little lower cadence. Ayala likes to keep the gear a little higher, spin a little higher cadence. You can see the current cadence on the screen, about 93 RPM for Ayala right now. That's in the upper left of the gameplay screen in between the current power and heart rate. So she's right around 90, 95 RPM. Lauren, is that something that you measure as a professional? I mean, do you look at your cadence, or is it more based on feel or power? I mean, is there an optimal cadence for each individual rider? Is there any science behind the cadence? Did your coaches, trainers ever talk about that?
That's a good question. You know, I was always pretty comfortable at a higher cadence like Aaron is now. And it's almost like personal preference and what power you can put out under a different cadence, a lower cadence or a higher cadence. Again, I was a sprinter, and I always had a compact chainring, so a 5032. Where a lot of people say, oh, as a sprinter, you needed a bigger gear. It's like, no, I was very successful just spinning out or having a snap and a separation and holding, a higher cadence. And some of my sprints would be at 100 cadence. So it is personal preference. But for, some of these gals like Godby and Erin coming from a triathlete background, I'm sure they are very keen and clear on what cadence they would want to be running at the entire day, especially since they're just essentially doing a time trial right now for each individual. So I bet they're highly aware of what they're doing, and like I said, it's a personal preference. I'm sure there is some science behind it, but that was almost too much fine tuning for me to really hone in on. That I never really worried about it. Never asked my coach about it. But time trialists are a bit more specific on it. So that would be a question for Godby, actually, just to know.
I guess a sprinter was maybe not the best person to ask about the cadence question. There's a little more art in sprinting. It's a mix of art and science of sprinting. But like you said, time trial is a lot more science than it is art. They get more into the weeds on those specifics of physiological performance.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, you're going 70K an hour and you're bumping with somebody to your left and right trying to fight for a wheel. You're definitely not looking down at your cadence to be like, oh, I need to be one gear higher.
Right.
Just trying to stay on the road.
Godby with her custom Ceres desk setup. That is one of the purpose-built desks that we've seen coming onto the market for training. We talked about the Ceres trainers underneath them. A lot of riders using the rocker boards now as well, as that technology continues to advance, but seeing a lot of those desks becoming very popular for riders as well. Godby getting cheered on by some of our virtual fans through the line. I'm just watching the power on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see the watts per kilo next to the name of the riders. Godby hovering right around 4.5 right now, and everyone else is doing 3.5.
I've become desensitized to these numbers with Godby. Apparently last year when I came on with you guys for a hot second, I was gasping at the effort she was doing. The Project Echelon guys remember this, and I guess I really don't, but they're like, yeah, your expression of when you came on and how many watts she was putting out. Yeah, it's impressive. She is an impressive athlete. So these are numbers I've never seen, or I never would have seen for a significant amount of time. She's going to be doing this for the next couple of hours.
Although we heard Jackie talk about after her win at Joe Martin stage race, she said, yeah, I have the power, but I don't know if I'm quite ready to get out for the competition element of it. There is a whole different part of bike racing that you have to understand with the dynamics, the drafting, how to ride in a group, how to set up, how to move in a group, all those additional things that go into racing. And I thought that was very observant of Godby to be good enough to know that she's probably not good enough for that part of it yet, but she's also able to say, look, if I just train up for it, I'm sure I'll be fine. I just need to practice a little bit, like anything.
Yeah, again, she's just a very humble athlete. She could have all the confidence in the world, and she does. She's very confident in her efforts and her ability, but at the same time, she very much recognizes the challenges she does face, and she's vocal and open about that, which can show some vulnerability on her part, which is to me a strength. So she's not afraid to put it out there, and it's really nice to see and refreshing to see from her interviews. It's a good day in Belgium. The sun's not shining, but it's not raining.
Call it a plus.
Exactly.
Look at the wattage upper left for Godby, 326 watts right now. This group tapping at about 170 on the right side.
And seeing, Aaron getting caught by these two, and that's okay, right? I mean, again, this is teaching her, effort and ability, and the sense of it's okay to get caught, and you're okay, right? Sometimes you get caught, you've been out on the front or out front by yourself, and you think, oh my gosh, I must be floundering. But I feel like Ayala's been in this space enough to know that this isn't the end of the world. I'm still racing, and I'm gonna sit in this group and recover, and maybe strike out again, depending on how hard they're going and what I want to do.
Yeah, for Ayala, even though she's back in this group right now, she has just as much of a shot to be on Jackie Godby's wheel right now. If she would have made it up and maybe got into that draft, things could have gone very different for Ayala, but she would never know unless she tried to make it across. And she could have made it across. Like, we know she has the legs to do it because we've seen her do it before. We've seen her hang with Godby before. So I think that was the right move for her to at least try to hang with Godby, see how long she could, and now she can go back and go back to racing for second. Never know until you try, right?
That's exactly right.
Gotta be under 60K of racing to go. Talked about Godby preparing for national championships coming up February 20th. We're going to be racing on the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic course. I think that'll be a good one. We raced on that earlier in the season, week 4, I think, of the Echelon Racing League. So it'd be nice to get back to a familiar course. Godby did win that one when we raced it in the Echelon Racing League. I do think Godby will have a huge advantage when nationals come around to the riders that have not been racing on RGT. If you've only been doing Zwift racing this season or last season coming into this, you're going to get smoked in the national championships because you absolutely need to know how RGT is played, how the game works, how the cornering works, all those physics, all that stuff. And so nationals being run on RGT, and I think Godby's experience on this platform is going to pay off in spades.
Well, I'm gonna counter that point a little bit with that was one of the races that she was put under pressure on the climb, and it took her essentially all the way back down to the start finish to catch that rider. So, I don't know if someone can come over to this platform and make that separation on the climb enough to put her under the kind of pressure that she was under and potentially win. So that would be my only counter to the dominant Godby that we have seen and continue to see.
Yeah, Godby is definitely not the best climber. that we see, because a lot of races we would see her lose time on the way up and then make it back up on the flats or on the downhills. The longer the climb is, the worse it is for Jackie Godby. If you get into a long, sustained climb, that's where Godby can be beat. Question is it long enough at the Iron Horse Classic? Like you said, there's kind of that downhill run after the really last big climb of the day. There's sort of a runoff into the finish, so it's not like a mountaintop finish, which is good for Jackie Godby. It would be better for her that there's a little time after the climb for her to make up anything that she would have lost on the way up.
And again, like I said, the Fort Lewis kids are here in town, the college kids cycling team, and Ian Burnett is here. And again, he runs the Iron Horse bicycle race, and he is really excited to host national championships. And we had a good conversation about it last night. So everyone's excited that it's the Iron Horse race is the national championships, and Durango is always a great place to be in real life. And yeah, we look forward to seeing everybody this summer. Dad and I will wave to everybody on our tandem. I'll bring the speaker.
Perfect.
We'll bring the party. You get the bell. Streamers. I want some streamers, please.
I'm bringing a fog machine. I have a DJ.
I need to get my
party
team
poppers.
kit, so
Yep.
I need to find that race kit that you
I'm just going to be eating snacks on the back, so I hope you know where we're going.
I don't think you've ever raced with me. I'm not going to be near as nice on the bike as I am off the bike. I kind of cracked the whip, so.
Well, I might be sick that week, so we'll see.
Nope.
Flat tire?
No sandbagging now. No.
Flight
You're
was
committed.
canceled.
You're in. Nope.
I think for a lot of riders, these virtual races, too, are just something to keep a goal on the calendar. High-level athletes like this a lot of times need that sort of next goal, need something to work forward, need something to work towards, and have a little bit of a competitive outlet, too. Like you said, a Type A personality needs to compete, needs to ride at that highest level. And so I think this virtual racing is a good way to kind of tide you over until we get to some of those in real life races that we're all looking forward to. But see a lot of riders specializing in virtual racing now as well. They're becoming esports specific riders, and there's a future not far away where I think you'll be able to make a living as an esports expert.
I totally agree. I mean, again, going back to the men's race and looking at some of the equipment and clothing that we've talked about that has come to fruition from e-racing specifically, and that's all just going to translate into dollars and advertising for these companies. And yeah, I mean, if Kevin goes out and smashes Unbound and was using e-racing as his example, I think you'll see a lot more people on this platform come wintertime and come next fall.
Are you kidding me? If he wins Unbound, RGT is going to crash on Sunday morning when people try and log on. They're going to wreck the server. Back under the bridge for Miller, Nelson, Ayala and company. They work their way around the bend. Reading up earlier about some more of the features along our course here in Leuven today. If you've ever been to Belgium, you know a lot of churches, a lot of chapels along these courses. We have 3 along this route: the St. Anthony's Chapel, the St. Michael's Church, and the St. Quentin's Chapel as well. I will not try to pronounce those in Dutch or Flemish. Probably for the better. Let's see, Godby should be making her way towards those churches here relatively soon. They come at 28K in, and Godby is at about 23K into the day right now. Another cool element of RGT. get to do a little bit of sightseeing. Now, not all of the courses on RGT are built with the realistic environment like we have here in Leuven. One of the really cool things about the app is that you can just upload any GPX file into the game, and it'll create that course profile for you. But the designers of RGT have a set of sort of pre-made courses where they've built out the city and buildings surrounding them, and so that's what we're riding in Leuven here today. They call these real roads, and you can see why, because it's about as real as it's going to get in terms of virtual racing here.
Thinking back like on my career and kind of setting myself up for success, I would have definitely loved to have downloaded a GPX file of Strade Bianche or Flanders or Ghent Wevelgem just to have an idea of how heavy those days are and what to expect. I mean, man, those are some of the hardest races in the world, and just to have every advantage you can going over there, because these athletes grow up on these roads and race these roads for they've been on these roads for 10 years, and you're going over there as an American for the first time, and everything is new and different, and it's like you're drinking from a fire hose. It's so intense. That would be such a gift to have, just that little bit more knowledge of the course and some of the climbs and what it really feels like. So this is such a great platform for those opportunities. But when do we talk about the beer?
That's coming.
Okay, good.
Is
that the last half of the race? I just need to know.
Yeah, it's somewhere out there. You can't do a race in Belgium without talking about some beer. The Stella Artois Brewery is on this course somewhere. We're still trying to locate where exactly it is so we can bust in and grab a couple cases. But that's another one of the cool landmarks that they put on the course here in Leuven.
Again, one of the best parts of racing over in Belgium. I would figure out a way to bring back a 6-pack of a different beer, 6 different beers, and I would have them in my TT helmet. I would wrap them up in my dirty laundry, and they always made it back, and I'd always bring them back for my training partner and my coach. And we'd sit on the front stoop of the steps and just talk about the races and just try these really great different beers. And it's again, it's just like the heritage from Belgium, isn't it? I mean, it's a beautiful thing to think about.
The Stella Artois Brewery originally opened as the Den Hoom Brewery in Leuven way back in 1366, when it was a tavern brewing its own beer for sale to hunters. That's why you see the horn on the Stella Artois logo. That is a hunter's horn. And then in 1708, Sebastian Artois became the head brewer and purchased the brewery in 1717. So there you go.
Wow.
The brewery formerly known as Den Hoom Brewery from 1366.
Isn't that crazy?
And then they got bought by Budweiser in 2008, but we're not going to talk about that. That's not part of the cool history. We don't, what is InBev even? It's not important.
It's just
as
like
far as I'm
100 years
concerned.
old.
Yeah.
Wee baby.
Yeah. Yeah, as far as I care, my man Sebastian Artois is still brewing beer in Leuven. And that every time I get one of the green Stella Artois bottles, I'll just imagine Sebastian brewing a beer.
Hey, now, look, we have the Super Bowl tomorrow. I'm not opposed to popping a top on a nice Bud Light.
Yep.
They make great commercials.
They do still make Stella Artois in Leuven. They have a plant in Leuven and Jupil, as well as one in the United Kingdom, and then, of course, in the U.S. here as well. I don't think that we're getting the beer from Leuven when I buy a Stella Artois in Pittsburgh, I don't think it was brewed in Leuven. I'm pretty sure that's coming from a regional brewery at this point.
Just have recipe, don't they?
Exactly. It's made by Labatt in Canada, in case you're wondering. So coming up on 24K in. And and this group down to 3. O'Toole missing from this group. Remember, we saw the Project Echelon rider with him earlier. She's now about 140 meters back. So just falling victim to the pace here. About 40 minutes in. And now it looks like Nelson might be in a little bit of trouble out of this group as well. I wonder if Ayala and Miller are lifting the tempo. They might be the antagonists in the group that are explaining why riders are coming unglued.
I also think it's just a hard course. You know, again, I just use Kevin's interview as a reference when he's talking about every time they would go around a corner or up a hill, and he would get gapped off, how hard it was to close that gap. So it's not just a straightforward course like we're used to seeing. So I just think the course is also a testament to the intensity factor for today for the athletes.
I can't help but notice, and I'm not sure if this matters in any way, but I'm noticing that Miller's avatar is the only rider with a computer on it. Nelson and Ayala's bikes don't have the little stemmed computer up there, I noticed. Seems like Miller's the only one that has that on her bike. I'm not sure if that's an option in RGT or how you determine whether your avatar has a computer on the bike or not. Look at his profile in the upper right corner. Enjoying the little downhill section right now before kicks back up into the orange on a 6% gradient here.
Another advancement in bike racing, I would say, in the last couple of years is, when you're talking about cycling computers, is having the maps downloaded to whatever computer you have. You have a Hammerhead or a Wahoo or a Garmin. Actually, one of the EF Tipco riders alluded to putting the race map on your computer when you're racing, just to have an idea of where you're going, which is great. I mean, that was never an option for us. So again, you know, we're talking about downloading GPX file into RGT. And, it's just so many advancements that have come out in the last, 5 or 6 years. And also VeloViewer, which we've used to highlight the course profiles. Team directors are now using that. And again, having like a hotspot in the car with VeloViewer on for the race course or training course, and knowing exactly the pitch, how long the climb is, where it begins, where the turn is. It's pretty fascinating to see the advancements and the knowledge that you now have at your fingertips while you're racing.
Yeah, the data available to riders these days is crazy. I was reading yesterday about the electronic shifting platforms now. You can track how long you're spending in each gear, and they give you a breakdown after the race of like what gear you spent the most time in, whether you're cross-chaining too much. That helps you decide if you need to, maybe change your cassette on the back or something like that. It also tracks wear, so you can see like, God, I've been in the 12 a lot. I might need to change my cog or chain ring, something like that. So it's really incredible. You can go back and look at an effort now, not just looking at your power, but being able to line that up and know exactly what gear you were in at the time. And then you can overlay it with the GPX data and say, okay, I was on a 12% grade. I was in my 5311. That's probably why I got dropped.
I think that's really great. I didn't know that. And to have an idea of when things are wearing out also can be a safety factor. And you can kind of, and a financial factor. We know how expensive this stuff is now, and a longevity factor. Just the wear and tear. Well, for me, I'm still on cables, so that would have been nice to know before I'm going to break a cable, which you're usually out there in the middle of nowhere when that happens. or your battery dies. I think that would, people. I still have friends that their battery dies mid-ride, just like, something else to charge. What were you thinking about? But that's really smart on bicycle manufacturers and component manufacturers, just to know. And for me, that would be a great safety feature for group rides that I participate in. Make me feel a little bit more comfortable if people actually look at the data and follow the data.
Yeah.
It's like somebody driving around on a car that they don't rotate their tires, right?
I was just going to say, as someone who daily clicks off of the "you need to update your computer" box, it pretty much has become part of my morning routine. I think I may be in that category of people that would ignore the warnings. So,
Brad,
not much they can do.
We're going to have such a hard time riding tandem together. Opposites attract.
Pretty soon, though, you know what? Pretty soon they'll get this all set up where once your stuff starts wearing down, like a specialized truck shows up outside your house before you even know you need it and gets your bike fixed up.
Hey, here's my credit card. Go ahead.
Got to be getting a preview of the last kilometer of the course right now. About to close off another lap in her books. Just did that last little bend at 800 meters. Have to imagine she's thinking about this stuff. I mean, she's looking at this run-in. She's thinking about what a sprint might look like here, even though it's not going to happen today. But, you're always thinking about that stuff as you ride through, and I have to imagine God be doing that right now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if we get a chance to talk to her after the race, kind of what her objectives going into the today were. Again, when we talked to her last week, and she talks about standing versus sitting and the amount of power that she's putting out, like, she's already ahead of the game, right? She kind of knows she's going to be out here, so meeting some new objectives and setting new objectives instead of just trying to win the race.
It's all about personal improvement, getting as strong as she can ahead of the finale of the virtual racing season.
Like you said, look at the power history line. It's just beautifully straight across, centered, no big jumps, no big spikes.
So Gabi wrapping up lap 1 of 5. As she knocks out her, make that second lap of the day for Gabi. As she goes through, 2 down, 3 to go for Gabi on the front. We're going to take a quick break here in the Echelon Racing League. Thanks some sponsors, and we'll pick up Jackie Gabi on the front when we come back.
As an athlete, getting marginally better is one thing. Getting exponentially better puts you in a whole new ballgame. Biomoto uses a proprietary digital process to capture movement at 200 frames per second and 70 sensors per foot to measure ground-based forces, resulting in advanced motion analysis that's up to 10 times more accurate than orthotics. It's the data generated by this process that allows Biomoto to construct custom insoles that make athletes faster, stronger, and more stable, and result in an unprecedented 95% success rate.
Three riders together, battling it out for second, third, and fourth in the final spot of the Echelon Racing League. Aaron Ayala, Moira Nelson, and Kim Miller here in this group of three. They have lost Emma O'Toole out of this group as these three try to figure out how to sort out second and third, with Jackie Godby well ahead up the road right now. Built herself a nice 2.8-kilometer lead, but this is the real battle of the day. Miller, Ayala, and Nelson out on course. Back to Emma O'Toole, a little further back for the Project Echelon Racing team. A little over 500 meters back off of that group. And then she'll go further back to Real.
And, you know, we've been talking about Erin and her experience and learning curve for the season. Also for Emma, you know, to be called up from the community ranks into the pros. And, you know, she's shown up day in, day out. And just, again, getting this experience and making it in that group and then potentially getting dropped. Like she's had some really good races, and this is a good season for her to kind of get under her belt and get that experience.
As O'Toole presses forward back here, Godby up at the front, about to make her way past St. Peter's Church. Famous church in Leuven, first built in 986 AD. Burned down in 1176 and has been sort of built and rebuilt ever since. Fire struck in 1458, burning it to the ground, rebuilt in 1505. It also suffered some damage during World Wars I and II, but perhaps the most famous claim to fame for St. Peter's Church, it is the home of the Last Supper painting. You can go see it in person. It was painted by Dirk Boutz between 1464 and 1468, thought to be in Leuven. And so that painting is on display at the church, along with a few other masterpieces. But you can go see the original Last Supper in the church. Kind of cool.
That's amazing. I didn't know that. Yeah, shoot. I hate that I didn't know that when I was there. Huh.
There's always a chance to go back. We'll go back and ride this course in real life on our tandem. Stop at the brewery.
Promises.
Stop at We're still trying to figure out who's going to be piloting the tandem so we can have a designated driver for our Belgian run.
I'm sitting in silence thinking about this, actually. What do I say? Brad, I trust you for some things. I trust you for everything we are doing today. I'm not quite sure I trust you steering me through the corners. Well, I don't know. We should just go try. Let's just go practice.
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong?
Not that much. How do you feel about road rash?
Little Tegaderm, little Neosporin. It's not that bad. Be fine.
And I mean, I know your moneymaker is shoulders up. We won't injure that. I promise.
Back up to Godby, 3.3K ahead now, with 41.4K left of racing. And still keeping it around 5.5 watts per kilo. Ay, 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 ay.
Well, I don't even know where you go mentally for these watts.
I would imagine the same place. Surely you had to be in this scenario. You had to go out and do the solo training rides plenty in your career. I mean, you just learned to suffer. That's part of being an athlete. Look at me telling Lauren Hall what it takes to be an athlete. Love it. I love it.
Maybe you remember better than I do, but Unfortunately, I need a bit more stimulus. I think I'm slightly ADHD. So yes, I'm always looking around. I always needed some assistance pushing this hard. I would prefer to follow a wheel or chase someone down than I could ever make myself go this hard. But that is why I was a sprinter and not necessarily a time trialist, which I am perfectly happy with.
That's why I became an announcer, because I'm not good at any of those things. At least you were good at sprinting. Godby, obviously very good at the time trial with a triathlon background. I have to imagine that anaerobic endurance probably plays a big part of this too. The ability to run and swim too builds up a pretty strong cardiovascular system. So she's obviously using a lot of that for racing here. See, some riders are able to win with their legs, and some riders are able to win with their heart and lungs. They can sort of just push a higher cadence, use a little more anaerobic rather than muscular effort, I guess.
I feel like Godby's kind of like the best of both worlds, huh? I mean, she just, and she's got a good head about her too. Again, if you look at any of her interviews, she is just more aware of what's going on, not just the race, but just all the outside factors and what's coming up next. And she did her homework on Crybaby Hill. That's just another next level, and I guess we could attribute that to her getting her PhD and being an extremely smart individual.
In addition to being one of the best. Peptide bonding. That's all. That's all you need to know. Just, peptide bonding. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, has an incredible ability to research, having researched her thesis and PhD and all the papers that go along with it.
I wonder if she's well versed on her Stella Artois beer, like you are. I will say one thing that I did learn being over at Worlds this past September, and just not being aware or not paying attention. I knew that there were many different glasses that were associated with the different types of beer, but that essentially each beer there has its own specific glass, and it's frowned upon to ever drink from the bottle. That's more like a college thing to do. You definitely want to pour it in the glass. That's more the sophisticated thing to do. I'm not going to tell you which one I was for a long time.
I'm just thinking about all the sophisticated fans that I see so often on the Belgian cyclocross TV coverage, looking quite sophisticated as they try to get through the mud. Ayala and Nelson opening a little bit of space here. Ayala into the red, pushing hard. She's trying to keep this one tough. I love this from Erin Ayala. It would be so easy to just sit in here and say, all right, Godby's gone. We got 42K to go. I'm just going to sit in. But Ayala keeping the pressure high. It's great racing. What about music, Lauren? You ever listen to music while you train? I know headphones probably not the best idea out on the open road, but music on the trainer?
Again, yes, always some sort of stimulus. If I'm not in a group or on a group ride, I would have my left earbud out and my right earbud in. I'm a big music fan. Anything from blues, techno, EDM, electronic, rock and roll, country, old country, new country, just whatever the day fit you. Yes, I always enjoyed it, and especially there are times now, being in on the trainer, that I wonder if my neighbors are slightly concerned with some of the music I play. Rap, metal, yeah. puppy dog.
And we're getting a little tour of the pain cave here.
Yeah.
Cool to see the different bikes in the game as well. Al on the Canyon Aero bike underneath her. This is another place that the NFTs will come into play. You'll be able to, when you buy your bike at the bike shop, you're going to get an NFT with your in real life bike, and you'll be able to use that NFT to unlock it in the virtual games and then bring it with you. You can sell it to your friend. If you have a cooler bike than them and they want your bike, you can transfer that NFT so they can have a cool bike on RGT or Zwift.
I wonder if it'll eventually be like collecting bikes. I know I've seen down here, again, just being in Tucson recently and pressed a coffee shop, and he's got 2 or 3 bikes on display, and they're absolutely gorgeous bikes. Is that going to become a thing to hold on to your NFT long enough that it becomes a piece of, like, this is the whole thing, right? Is like a piece of artwork or something that's desirable to somebody else, and would you sell it, or is it something you'd always want to keep just to have?
This will be just like when you try and find your first bike. There's going to be a generation of bike racers that have to find their first NFT that they had. You always wish you never sold your first bike. It's like your first car. You always wish you had it back, but there will be a generation of bike racers that say, I remember my first NFT. I want to buy some Godby coin. If she minted a crypto, I would invest in that in a second.
Agreed. Yeah, she's got a bright future ahead of her.
Miller and Nelson locking in back here, 3rd and 4th. Isle opened up a nice gap, 220 meters up the road now. Way to go, Aaron. And here she is. Ayala putting herself in a tough spot here.
Again, though, we go back
to go at it alone.
Yeah. We kind of go back to the beginning of the race too, where she, may have potentially tried to follow Godby, or she just wanted to go at this certain watts for this certain amount of time, just to see and push herself and kind of test those limits. And then she got picked up by Nelson and crew, and has she had enough time to sit in, or kind of wants to try and strike out again and get that intensity factor and push those limits? Like I said, she's right in between the two, right? She's in between Godby's efforts and her compatriots back here, their efforts. So, do you want to try and get the fitness, or do you want to get the race experience? And I feel like on this course, it's kind of hard to sit with the group. So maybe she was just pushing on the pedals and accidentally sneaked off the front a bit. And again, just how hard it is to draft on this course, of how dynamic this course is. So not necessarily, I wouldn't say an attack, right? It would be just more of a, this is the pace I want to go, and hopefully you guys can follow, and if not, then I'll just be up here until you catch me.
Looking at Miller's setup in the bottom left, dual screen action. And then most riders have a separate device, I think, for communication is probably the most common use for that second screen. Miller locking into Nelson here. More great riding from Kim Miller. Again, really hard to draft on these wheels. Stay right in here, and Miller putting on a master class right now.
Yeah. What better course to try and draft and hone the craft of corners and than this one? This is a hard course.
Gap not really growing or shrinking for Ayala, just sort of holding right around 200 meters. Good look at Ayala over on the other side. Little wave there from Kim Miller saying hello to the SIS Zoom room. Thanks for letting us peek in on the look here. Not sure if she's waving to us or waving to Moira Nelson, who she's riding with. Maybe saying hi in Zoom.
What were the dogs' names? God. I wonder if they've had dinner tonight.
Yua and Panchita are the dog names.
I didn't see him back there, so.
Up to Godby on the front. 5.5 watts per kilo.
Give me 3 words to describe Jackie Godby.
Strong, stronger, and strongest. How's that?
Perfect. Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better myself.
Good, better, and best.
Determined, focused, relentless.
I don't know how you stare at the screen for this long. I mean, you know, we're doing it from a commentary side, which, you know, we can get up and leave, and we don't have to do 550 watts nonstop. But yeah, just the unbreakable focus over what is gonna be probably 2 hours of racing by the time this thing is all said and done. There are not many people that have that mental fortitude. I know I am not one of them.
You and me both. This is why we're going to be so great on the tandem together. We'll both be distracted all the time.
The other thing about racing, a lot of times riders, you'll see them that they have TVs in the pain cave, maybe you watch old race coverage or you watch some live race footage, something like that to keep you motivated. But there's none of that on race day. Like, that's for a ride. That's for training when you're on, on the trainer. But once you get into these race situations, there is no time to look away. There is no other screen that you're looking at. You can't afford to do anything else. Otherwise, that's going to ruin your day of racing. So, yeah, just the fact that you have to be locked into this incredibly intense and mentally and physically straining effort for 2 hours straight without a single break really speaks to how tough bike racing in general is, but specifically virtual racing.
And we've seen to where her partner essentially opens the gel for her and hands it to her. You know, even those intricacies, and also like Erin Ayala pouring out all her food on the table to where all you have to do is just grab it. You don't have to actually get it out of the bag. Like all those little details matter. All of it adds up. All that little extra stressor is one less thing to think about.
We always talk about the armchair observations of us as commentators, announcers, watching riders like this. You watch a road race like, let's say, the climb to the top of Alpe d'Huez, and you think, I could do that. I couldn't do it that fast, but I'll bet you I could climb to the top of Alpe d'Huez. That might be fun. I might like to try that. I watched Jackie Godby ride these races, and I'm like, I couldn't even attempt that. Like, I couldn't even come close to riding the way that she does for 2 hours straight, just locked in to the screen. I mean, it's amazing. It really is.
I couldn't agree more. It's just some people can go out and do hard rides and they say, oh, is this just like racing? It's just like, no, it's not even close to racing. But, everybody can push watts and everybody can go hard, but it's the race simulation. That's where the changes are, the differences are. And yeah, we can all go hard, but, nobody can go like God be hard and focused for this long, like you're saying. So it's just a different level, a different task, different mentality.
Do you remember the study a while back, or I guess it wasn't a study, it was a survey where they surveyed men and asked if they thought they would be able to score a point against Serena Williams in a tennis match? And I think 1 in 9 men said that they thought they would be able to score a point against Venus or Serena, which is not happening, like 0%. Yeah. And I would imagine probably the same with Jackie Godby, although I think that number would be a little smaller. I don't think many people would think that they could do what Godby could do, even with the overconfident men's tax that men tend to pay.
Yeah. Or even, like the Olympics, for example, and everybody's saying, oh, how hard could this sport be? And then you get someone that has never done it to actually try it, and all of a sudden you see how ugly and brutal it is for that poor person, that poor soul giving it a go, and then that just gives you that appreciation for someone that does it so well and makes it look easy, so much so that people are like, oh, I can do that. It's like, no, actually you can't, but I'm glad you have the confidence to think you can.
A great shot here, flying overhead of Jackie Godby. Love this. Beautiful views from ZMS Livestream. It's like we're flying a drone through Leuven right now.
What you guys can't see that I can see is Brad. Brad is in a bit of trouble at the moment, having too much fun. His shoulder commentating.
For the second time in my commentary career, I just separated my shoulder on air. I've had this lingering shoulder injury where sometimes it tends to pop out. The last time it happened was Tour of Utah in 2014. I'm happy to say I nailed the roll into that one, as it happened about 10 seconds before we came on air. This one I'm not feeling as graceful and smooth about.
Is it back in?
It's back in now, yeah, but it's a little sore. It's going to be a while before it all comes back.
He's got the stoke. He's got the stoke on Godby right now. He just wanted to feel the pain that she's going through right now.
I may have exceeded that, so pardon me if my commentary is a little strained for the next few minutes. I'm going to grab an ice pack and maybe some ibuprofen. I would never cut it as a pro bike racer. I am a sad excuse for an athlete. Oh, that hurts.
Oh, man. Too much stoke going on back here on the other side of the barriers. Well, I'll take it back to racing while Brad does some deep breathing.
I'm going back to the medical car right now. See if they can work on me. Oh, that
Erin's
hurts.
just tapping away, just doing great up here. You know, she's made that separation, but again, I don't think it was on purpose. And Miller and Nelson back there just holding together pretty steady. I think this may be how these riders come into the finish line. Also, is kind of just these ones and twos, and I'm not sure if they'll get back to Erin or not, or if it's just a part of the course that she got away from. Or sorry, Brad, I'll try not to use the word separated. But she's just steadily just, having a good ride today. And I don't see any changes in where she's going to end up on the podium.
Race for third and fourth, Nelson and Miller. Great ride by Ayala. 500 meters of separation over these two now. Again, would have been so easy to just sit in and let this play out, but to have the guts to say, I'm going to go now. And when you got plenty of time to attack. Back to Ayala next. Flying high above Aaron Ayala here. I love this camera. One day this is what in real life bike racing will look like once we get all the drones and stuff figured out. It's only a matter of time before coverage like this comes to real life coverage, but it's cool to see it in the virtual world here. You can do some stuff that obviously we can't do in real life, like fly a helicopter through Leuven.
It does give a more race perspective feel to it. I've seen some of the drone footage from like some of the big air mountain bikers, and just seeing it from the side angle, it doesn't really compute in my brain too well, but when you follow them from behind, it almost scares you and makes my palms sweat watching them do some of the tricks that they do. Just like, that is so amazing, and it's in real life. It feels like I'm right there trying to follow their wheel.
This is what it looks like if you catch Erin Ayala at 70 miles an hour when you come up to her wheel.
I was scrolling social media this morning and saw some footage I'm pretty sure that was drone footage following a cyclocross race. And again, just to put it in perspective of like when they are on the gas, what that looks like, that acceleration and separating, and then when they're trying to navigate through the turns and through the ruts and dismounting and running, it's just, again, that perspective is so realistic, and just like you're right there in the race with them.
Another great shot, bringing in Nelson and Miller. Riders just going past the town square right now. Our helicopter ducked in a little bit there. Town Square holds the historic Leuven Town Hall. We talked about the St. Peter's Church right across the street on the Grootmarkt. Ayala up to 830 meters up the road now. It's too bad they don't have time to stop and do a little bit of sightseeing in the virtual world here. You could mix that with like the Google thing where you can go into buildings and explore. They could jump off the bike, call a neutral lap, and we could all check out St. Peter's Church.
I was just looking back at pictures from Worlds, and I'm pretty sure, I have a picture of the city center, city hall, like you were just saying, and the virtual city hall looks just like the picture. That's impressive.
Yeah, they in this Leuven course, they went building to building recreating this. So all the facades are dead on, the door, the windows. This is almost exactly what it would look like if you were riding through Leuven. This is exactly what it would look like if I was riding through Leuven, because I would be 5 kilometers behind Jackie Godby. So at least that part is accurate. Ayala now 1 kilometer ahead of the battle for 3rd and 4th. Remember, not only stage implications here, you're also looking at a little bit of the GC battle unfolding. Dylan Baker currently sitting 3rd overall, but does not race the finale here. So that'll give those two a chance to try to pick up some points. Here's the GC situation at the end of the regular season. See Baker in 3rd at 15:77, but Miller and Nelson on our screens right now with 1511 and 1480 points. So if Baker ends up with a 0, Miller third would be the best that she would be able to do. That would be 70 points, I think, which would be enough to get her past Baker into third. So Miller is going to need to beat Nelson, and I think in that scenario that would move her into third place overall here.
And that'll be today will be a good day for Emma O'Toole as well. I mean, again, coming from the community league and to be in the top 10 and then sitting 6 overall right now, potentially moving up to the top 5. That's it's just good for her in the overall standings as well.
Gotta be bombing down the hill here. Even on the descent, it would be so easy to just register a 0 here on the power meter, right? Like, just coast down the hill like everybody else, like every other bike rider that's ever gone down a hill after a hard effort. But Godby stays on it.
Especially 5K up the road, essentially 4K up the road with GC standings locked up, stage today locked up. Going into championships and worlds, but she's ever vigilant, ever training, ever learning, ever growing.
Luckily for these riders, course loop today relatively large, so I don't think Godby going to be able to go a lap up today or anything like that. It's always a bummer when the rider catches you and you finally go a lap down, but I don't think any so. Got to be going 4 kilometers up on Ayala now. Ayala has also built a nice 1.2K lead over Miller and Nelson, so she's been consistently adding to that gap. May actually see them cross paths here as Godby works her way back and Ayala works her way in.
This finish reminds me, I don't know if you saw the Columbia National Championship race, the finish, Deanna Penuela, former teammate of mine.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, man. It was like a same exact thing, like from 800 meters out, just full gas, nothing but lactic acid just build up, and, she just falls over on the finish line just because it was such a hard effort.
Penuela had, I didn't know this, had been second 4 times at the Road Championships before that one and finally got the win this year, so I'm sure that was a very special win for her. My friends Kathy and Alex Kim from DNA Pro Cycling were down there supporting Diana.
She's such a good ambassador for the sport and such for Columbia too. I mean, they are just in love with cycling now. So it's she's so well spoken. We would have fans at every single race for. Excuse me. She would have fans at every single race, and it was always so much fun to see. I mean, and she didn't know any of them, so it was just the passion that they have for the sport and the fan base that they have that just show up at these random races. It was. Yeah, she's such a good boost of energy for our sport.
Gotta be grabbing a gel here. You know it's a long day when Godby doesn't have her Soigneur on gel duty.
This is probably the most relaxed or that we've seen her. She never even takes her eyes off the screen. Just tosses the gel to the side.
By the way, this course obviously will be available to anybody that wants to give it a go. So if you're watching Jackie Godby right now and you're one of these maybe 1 in 9 men that say, I could do that, I highly encourage you to jump on RGT and try and do that. It is free to ride on the platform. Anybody can download RGT and race or ride. So you'll be able to hook your smart trainer up and give this course a shot immediately following the finish today. Got to give some credit to our European riders. Late time slot for the European starters. We talked about some of our time trials earlier where we would have 2 starting slots so that the European riders would have a chance to start in the morning.
Crazy Saturday night. Partying on RGT.
Currently just past 9 o'clock p.m. in Leuven, Belgium right now for any of the European riders racing. So that's getting into it. That's getting into the evening hours. That's right on the edge of starting to disturb your sleep when you start racing at 9, 10 o'clock at night. That's where start to have trouble getting back to bed. I know I hear this a lot from criterium racers that do the late night under the lights twilight criteriums, and even if the thing ends at 9:30, they can't get to sleep until 1 or 2 in the morning.
And then turn around and do it again the next day.
Yep.
The good thing about today is there's nothing tomorrow, so have a good recovery and sleep in.
Yeah, I guess this would be the only weekend where riders would have Sunday morning off in the Echelon racing. I think every other week that we've raced, we've had a race at least Saturday and Sunday. Some of them have been Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but yeah, I think all 5 weeks we had a Sunday race. So maybe the first Sunday off for a lot of these riders in a while. I'll on the climb again, the elevation profile across the bottom of her gameplay screen. You can see she is the big white dot on the gameplay screen on the right side, so she is just at the end of that red section right now, the last red section, which is sort of the last big climb on the loop. Godby, meanwhile, getting down to it, inside 16K to go for her.
This is another big day besides last weekend and maybe one of the days at Tour of the Gila. These are significant days on the trainer. So, you know, we're talking about tomorrow, no racing. That would be a nice break for them to not have to do back-to-back. And you wonder what they would do tomorrow, probably just an easy spin or a longer just endurance ride for those that can go outside potentially. But this course is a hard course, so, and then the distance of today's effort, yeah, this has been a big day for everybody. Including poor Brad Soner.
Well, whatever pain I may be in from separating my shoulder, I'm imagining pales in comparison to the pain that Jackie Godby puts herself through every week. So I'm just channeling my inner Jackie right now, thinking, if Godby can do this for 2 hours, I can deal with a separated shoulder for a few minutes. Be fine. It's back in, by the way, so it's... Look at the power profiles of these two. Godby is a little more steady on her profile in the upper left corner. You can see Ayala's varies a little bit more, but it just speaks to the steady power of Jackie Godby, I guess, a little bit more. You see little dropout in her power there. That was a corner. What she's doing is scrubbing off the power as she goes into the corner, and then look how she immediately gets right back to almost the exact same level. Like, she knows what 300 watts feels like, and she knows how to get there. A lot of people, if you said do 300 watts, they would do 500 watts, and then they would dial it back to 300 because they don't really know what 300 watts feels like. Jackie Godby does. Look at this. Nelson opening up some space over Kim Miller. Quite a bit of space, actually.
Yeah, it's just adding up now. I mean, we're towards the end of the race, towards the end of the season. Mentally having to stay in the game this long is wearing on some of these athletes for sure. And we kind of thought we would see the ones and twos kind of come across the finish line, and that's essentially what we're seeing.
They ride for an hour 36 and a half minutes together, and then for some reason at an hour 37, Nelson and Miller decide it's time to separate. So sometimes you're just on the edge, you crack, the little crack becomes a big crack, and I'm wondering if that might be happening with Kim Miller here, because she was riding perfectly with Moira Nelson for the better part of an hour and a half, but now the tides are turning.
And, you're talking about time change, and it's late over there. It's like the motivation to stay may not be as significant as it is here, and it's midday or mid-afternoon here. But I think just the wear and tear through the course and through the day and through town, essentially through Leuven, and then you get back on the straight. But the damage is done.
Miller sitting up a little bit, using the opportunity to grab some water. Remember, these are two locked in on GC as well, but there's really not much you can do in terms of GC strategy here. I mean, obviously they're trying the highest place possible. There's really nothing else to say about race strategy here. Big gap opening for Nelson. And now up to the faster cyclist rider, Moira Nelson. She has brought it under a K to Ayala. Erin went up over 1.3K ahead of Miller and Nelson. But I wonder if now that Nelson has shed Miller, maybe Miller was holding her back a little bit. Nelson was letting off the gas to stay with Miller and could have said enough is enough. Gap is now under 900 meters up to Ayala. So she'll be able to see Ayala at about 300 meters to go. That's maybe the longest stretch on this course. The good news for Erin is that there are a lot of corners on this that'll keep her out of sight of Nelson trying to chase behind her.
Which always helps if you are the carrot being chased, because you know, kind of not out of sight, out of mind. But when they can't see you, they're just deterred a little bit. But as soon as they start to see you, they can kind of hone in on your back wheel. And but yeah, you kind of like try and sneak around those corners as fast as you can. But again, I think Ayala is looking more up the road and just trying to stay consistent. Where Nelson, like you may have split away from Miller, and again, these final 20K, let's try and again test the limits. Who knows? But yeah, you start to get closer to that finish line, and the effort is more sustainable at higher watts.
Gap coming down even more, partially because of the climb that Ayala was on earlier. Game currently showing a 540-meter gap between Nelson and Ayala. What was 1.3 kilometers not that long ago. So I think Nelson is coming on strong here. We'll wait till she gets to the top of this climb to get a better read on that gap. But as things even out here, I think she's brought it under 500 meters. Nelson's going for it. She wants to come across this gap. She's losing a little bit of time here, but she went into the red out of the corner, which tells me that she's really working these turns and working to get up there to Ayala. 650 meters right now with 17K to go. She should be able to make up the 650 no problem, but she needs to do it like immediately and then get up into that draft and hang on. You can't do this for another 17K. She's not going to be able to go solo and try to chase for the last 17K here. So that gap's going to need to close sooner rather than later, and it looks like it might be right out right now. Looking at Ayala's power here, you can see it did jump just a little bit, sort of lifted her overall power. And I'm guessing she saw that number next to Moira Nelson's name getting smaller and smaller and decided that she needed to make her wattage bigger and bigger.
Right. And that's, as a chaser, that's something you don't like to see on the platform. You know, Ayala can see that. And so Ayala can pick up the pace, where it'd be like having a team radio and your team director's basically saying, hey, somebody's jumped out of the group and they're headed your way. So either pick it up or be on the lookout. So Erin, you know, I was like, no. I'm going to go a little harder. I want to keep that gap. I may have gotten complacent and kind of settled in up here, but I'm going to pick it back up and make this as hard as possible on you.
Yeah, the pressure's on. 600 meters for these three. Meanwhile, Godby takes it under 10K to go, getting down to it. Gotta be tearing these kilometers up. Down at 9.2K to go now. It's hard to believe she's only picked up 600 meters of climbing on this course. It seems like when we see these cameras, they're on the incline a lot. They're battling a gradient quite a bit out there on this Leuven course, but the climbs are so short. They're just not picking up that much total elevation over the day. Again, they're only on the climb for 20, 30, 40 seconds, something like that.
True Belgian roads, not much elevation gain.
Yep.
But intensity factor is definitely there.
Ayala doing a little less wattage than Nelson here. Looks like Nelson has a slightly higher average watt per kilo. Well, that should translate into bringing some time back.
Also, look at Nelson's heart rate. Holy cow.
Lower cadence, higher heart rate.
Earlier, when we had Aaron side by side with Godby, the cadence and heart rate were the same. The watts were about 30 watts difference to Godby's favor. And like I said, that's where Aaron just kind of falls in the middle ground in between Nelson and Godby. So this is all good work going into the bank for Aaron, in my opinion, for upcoming season and for next year on RGT.
I hope Ayala can keep some of this form into her in real life racing season, because she's going to be flying coming out of this. I mean, if she can carry any of this over into any of her spring targets, better watch out if you're in the Midwest racing any P123 women's fields. Keep an eye out for Aaron Ayala. I'm assuming Minnesota is part of the Midwest, granting them Midwest status. Godby out of the saddle. Godby right now on the longest climb of the day, of what is really only about 4 minutes of climbing, maybe less. And Ayala going to get there in a couple minutes. Just over 7K to go for Godby, 12K to go for Ayala.
And again, we talked about Godby could essentially like ride with one-footed, just coast it in.
At Stella Artois.
But she just is not going to do that. And just, she's just going to keep pushing forward all the way to the finish.
I would maybe stop in St. Peter's Church before I left Leuven and ask the Wi-Fi gods for a little bit of help with nationals and world championships coming up. Never hurts.
Never hurts to ask.
The church really does look incredible. We were looking at some pictures earlier from inside. It is an incredible piece of architecture in Leuven. And obviously quite a bit of history there as well. And some cycling history there too. You can go pretty more in Belgium and find some cycling history.
I'd have another ask for the RGT platform would be to add in some crazy Belgian fans.
Yeah.
They usually come out with some really great costumes and some great signage. It's always
Did you ever have a
fun
guy
to see.
like bring you an old picture of you to sign? I know that's often common with the Americans. The super fans of Belgian cycling a lot of times have pieces of memorabilia that the American fans didn't even know existed.
This is very true. I don't know where they go to the internet to find these team photos, but they have found them all. And yeah, it's also nice to know that that fan base is out there. And as a matter of fact, we were at Cyclocross Worlds, and a guy comes up. I'm talking to Meredith Miller, a former teammate of mine in 2012 on Tibco, and she now works for Shimano, and we're just catching up. And this guy comes up with his notebook and flips it open to 2016 or 2012. Those were the 2 years I was on the team, and he says he has my autograph already and he's looking for Meredith. And I just thought that was wow, just a great piece of history. And it's nice to have that support and that fan base. You just never know who's out there, and it's always nice just to when they come up to you. I appreciate it, and I welcome any fan to come up and say hello.
I'm waiting until they put the Belgian odds maker in the game. You know how there's always the guy with the board and he writes the odds for the race coming up, and you can make little bets on the sidewalk there. I think that'd be cool. We could like gamble some crypto on riders in the virtual world here.
Yes. That'll be our next progression, huh? NFTs, gambling some crypto, and Bitcoin.
We're taking one of the oldest sports and connecting it with some of the newest concepts of the sports world. Godby inside her last 5K of racing here. She's going to be able to ride through with her eyes closed next time she goes in person. She'll know these roads well enough she can just navigate from pure muscle memory.
It's got to be a nice feeling, though, that you've got less than 5K to go to the finish. It's been a good long day for her.
I think Godby might be rewarding herself with a little bit of an easy run into the line today. Again, really no reason to push. Her overall fitness is much more important to Jackie Godby right now than even winning today. I mean, she would like to win by a lot, sure, 5.7K ahead of Ayala. She can absolutely afford to let off here, save that energy for more training later on this week. At this point, she absolutely knows what the next 7 days of her life looks like ahead of the national championships next weekend. So she's already got a plan for the national championships coming up February 20th. That plan starts right now with the cool down, with the preparation, with the recovery, with the rest, all that stuff. Her training or preparation for February 20th starts as soon as this race ends.
Yeah, you're right, Brad. She could use the last 3K here just to cool down. But I think that's just going against everything that's Godby, isn't it? I mean, she's going to go all the way to the line. But she could. She has every right to. But I can't see her just totally letting off now.
No. Even with a mechanical, Godby can go to Best Buy, buy a new router, wait for the Comcast guy to come and hook it up, and still win this race. Remember, we were watching Moira Nelson behind Aaron Ayala here, trying to catch up. That gap had gone under 600, but it looks like it's back up to about 900 up next. back to Nelson. So about 750 meters back. I don't think Nelson is going to be able to make this up because Ayala has been on it all day. Gap went out to about 1.3. I think that was the biggest gap that we ever saw Ayala establish over Nelson. Then they came back, rode together for a while, and Ayala back on her own now.
Yeah, if Nelson was trying to come across, it was a good attempt. But again, when Ayala can see that, she too can kind of ramp it up a bit and just kind of keep that gap. And that just deters Nelson enough mentally to say, you know what, hey, it's good back here.
Gabi standing up on the hill as she goes under 2K to go now. She'll see that Flamme Rouge up ahead.
Past one of our churches there to the left.
Yep. I think that was the St. Michael's Church. And then she'll go by the St. Quentin's Church as well just before getting to the finish. Down to 1.4K for Godby.
I wonder if she gets Valentine's Day chocolate for Valentine's Day, or if she's just makes her own, or inquiring minds.
I certainly, yeah, a good question. Jackie has made the post-race chocolate an important part of her cool down. A happy bike racer is a fast bike racer, as they say, and sometimes a little bit of chocolate gets you to where you need to be. Inside 1K for Jackie Godby. Godby going to win this one by over 6K over Erin Ayala. And I'll make the promise right now, if Godby does what she wants to do at Nationals and Worlds, I'm going to send her a 50-pound bar of chocolate if she can win Nationals and Worlds over the next 2 weeks. So I'll start crowdfunding for that one right now, but I can't think of a better way to reward what I think is probably America's best virtual bike racer right now, and a very good chance that she is the best virtual bike racer in the world.
I hope somebody has that on recording. 50 pounds of chocolate to Godby from Brad.
Crazier things, Lauren.
Like throw your shoulder out mid-commentary.
Exactly. That's how into this sport I am. Last 100 meters for Jackie Godby, capping an almost perfect season in the Echelon Racing League, winning every GC of the schedule, and wins the final championship weekend as well for Triple X Racing Atletico here in Leuven on RGT. And see, immediately, post-race process begins. You got to save the power file, you got to upload it, you got to put it on Training Peaks, whatever training platform you use. Race isn't over until it's all over.
And you have the data.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Erin Ayala making her way in next, still holding on to a roughly 750-meter gap over Moira Nelson and Kim Miller in third and fourth. Can't give enough credit to Erin Ayala for this season. It's been a real pleasure watching her fight it out. Certainly an inspiration to me. I wish I could ride half as hard as Erin does and push myself the way that Ayala has this season.
Exactly, and to stay mentally tough throughout all this, especially when you kind of get in no man's land like this. You're not first place, but you are on the podium. You got someone chasing at, nipping at your heels there. So yeah, she's had a really good season this year.
Nyla just working her way up over this last climb of the day as well. Nelson coming back here at 230 meters the gap, but I think that's partially artificially deflated because Ayala started on the climb before Nelson, so that slowed it up a little bit. So I think Aaron should be fine here with 5.6K of racing to go. Now you see that gap starting to go back out. I think this is the normalizing back to the more accurate gap. And then Miller, another 1.7K behind them as we await second, third, and fourth place into the finish line. Maybe a little battle for second and third, but first place locked up by Triple X Athletico's Jackie Godby. A perfect cap to a perfect season for the American as she wins the championship race today. Let's grab a word with Jackie in the SIS interview room with our very own Emma Watson.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here in SIS Zoom room with the winner of today's race, the league championships, Jackie Godby. Jackie, amazing race, an amazing season. But I want to ask you first, what were your expectations leading into this race, and did you achieve them?
My expectations were it was going to be a 2-hour race with lots of punches. And I crossed the finish line. And every time, that's always the goal, is put out the best race I can do. And today, it was a TT. So pretty early on, figured that out, got into that mode and said, your goal today is just to see what you can do. And I did that. And I was really, really happy with the result.
So going over the course of the season, what do you think have you improved upon as a rider?
Oh, definitely climbing. I think that I am definitely a heavier rider. I have not tipped the scales under 70 kilos ever. So when I get to those very, very punchy climbs, it's difficult for me to stay up with those elite riders like Rhea Mobbs. She's a fantastic example of this. And having her, particularly in Joe Martin, to just put my eyes on that and say, this is the next level. This is what I need to achieve, really, really pushed me to work on that VO2 anaerobic set, knowing that that's where my weakness was and knowing that's where these really elite women are just killing it. So having that, sort of role modelship really helped me get my fitness to the next level.
Talking about that next level, next week is nationals. How are you preparing for that race?
Well, I raced today. I think racing really is the best preparation for more racing. It's a fantastic workout. I mean, if I had not been on a race course today, there is no way anybody could have bribed me to hold those sorts of powers. And I think it also gets you used to the mindset, the mentality of, getting through that next challenge in the context of seeing the whole race. So, I will be going back over my past performances on that same course. I'm really excited that we get to revisit Iron Horse. That is an exquisitely challenging course. And, sort of resetting my expectations, saying, my fitness has changed. What can I do? Who is the competition I'm going to be, in this chess match with? I'm just sort of mentally preparing, looking over the racing I've done.
Well, thank you, Jackie. Congratulations and best of luck to you in the future. Brad, back to you.
Absolutely bonkers, always improving. She's even thinking about how I can get better while she's riding against Rhea Mobbs, as Jackie Godby will end up our ERL season 2 overall winner with Aaron Ayala in second, and looks like Dylan Baker going to hold on for third here. But all about the Jackie Godby show and Triple X Racing. It's more than just the result every day. Again, I think my most impressive ride or thing with Jackie Godby is the consistency every single week.
Yeah, and talking about what leads to next weekend's national championship, racing. How do you get better at racing? Well, you do racing. And just talking about that motivation to prepare for that is, or to even get through today's workout, is to do this race, to finish out the Echelon Racing League series and show up and put in the effort. So, you know, even Godby talks about the motivation on the trainer and having to do these workouts.
A constant improvement, constantly trying to get better. That has been the story with Aaron Ayala and Moira Nelson this season as well, for sure. As Ayala goes inside her last 2.2K of racing, Jackie Godby, meanwhile, going to have this thing coming her way. She'll have the Echelon Racing League RGT NFT dropped into her NFT wallet after sealing up her overall victory today. So the NFT collection for Jackie Godby is growing. It starts today, but I'm going to guess this is not the last NFT trophy that Jackie Godby wins in her virtual racing career. This probably will be the standard going forward in the e-racing world, so it's nice to say that we awarded her the first NFT.
You know how some people frame their jerseys? Well, she's going to have some sort of digital frame to put her digital NFT jersey up.
Ayala crushing 4 watts per kilo on the way up here. Last 1.8K for her.
Like
There's
said,
the church.
Nelson has, made these gains on Ayala. And then it would stretch back out, but the gap is overall, I would say it is closing down a bit, but it may be too late. Couple of K left. I don't know.
And Nelson's a lot of credit in this one as well. Same fight as Aaron Ayala in this situation. It would be so easy to hang this one up. But both of these riders have stayed on the gas and gone at it. I would have sold my bike by now if I were one of them. I would be on eBay listing that thing right now, trying to see how much trainers go for these days.
No. Hey, Erin's got a second place wrapped up overall. This is that's good standing. So you got to always take the positives, Brad. Even though she maybe in no man's land here and a bit of hurt, like you got to take the positives from the day. And I think that's definitely what Erin's done for this entire season. I guess I'll be your motivator on the tandem. Okay. I'll keep your stoke.
Yeah, the stoker, exactly. Well, whether it was individual stages or the impressive weekend rides of Aaron Ayala over the 10 weeks of racing here in the Echelon Racing League, over 5 race weekends, Ayala in her last 700 meters of riding now. And knowing Aaron Ayala, I'm sure she'll be right back to training, recovery, and getting ready for whatever's next on her calendar. This is not a person that likes to sit still, that's for sure. $500 to the line. See if we can pick up Nelson then behind her, and then Miller and O'Toole looks like will come in for 4 and 5. Ayala finishing strong out of the saddle. Way to go, Aaron. And I think we all know what this feeling feels like after an intense workout on the bike, and then all of a sudden you're just done.
Good money in the bank right there.
So Ayala will be in for second. We'll see Maura Nelson in for third. Again, all the credit in the world to Nelson as well out there today. A lot of fight in this ride for a bronze medal.
Yeah, she made the separation from Miller, 20K to go. And whether that was by choice or by design, you're out there by yourself and you're committed. So she just pushed forward and almost caught Ayala.
It was touch and go there for a while, but Ayala eventually able to pull away and hold on for that silver medal. A lot to be proud of from Maura Nelson today, though. This was a great ride. Showed a lot of fight, hung with Ayala as long as she could, held off Kim Miller behind her after dropping that group. Remember, Miller and O'Toole were both with Ayala and Nelson at one point before Ayala and Nelson created some separation. Then Ayala went alone. So Nelson across the line, going to lock things up for third and finish up our podium on the final day of racing here at the Echelon Racing League Championships as Godby takes the win today with Ayala in second and Nelson good for third. Cannot compliment these riders enough, not just for the race, but for the entire season. It's been a learning experience for all of us here in the Echelon Racing League, but I am more excited now than ever for what's to come in the virtual racing world in the years to come, Lauren.
I totally agree. It's been an absolute pleasure watching all these athletes race this year and this season and being a part of the process. And it's been a lot of fun to co-announce with you, Brad. I appreciate it.
It has been an honor announcing with you. So, Lauren, thank you for being here, and thanks for the support all season. Cannot wait to be back for Season 3, but first we have the National Championships and World Championships. National Championships will be right here on RGT next weekend, February 20th, for the USA Cycling Esports National Championships. We certainly hope to see you there, at least cheering on the riders if you're not going to be participating. There are age group categories as well as races for our pro riders. So, Lauren, wrapping up a successful season of the Echelon Racing League here. We might have to rename this one the Jackie Godby Racing League for Season 3 next year, but I think we'll stick with ERL for now. I think Jackie has been the breakthrough story of this year from Season 1 into Season 2. That'll be the biggest story that I take away from this one. We just watched the greatest in the world compete here in the Echelon Racing League.
It'll be interesting to see how she goes. I think National Championships will be a great race for her, but then very curious to see how Worlds plays out. So I'm a new fan, new supporter, and I will definitely be following.
We'll hope to see you for the National Championships again, February 20th, as we congratulate Jackie Godby, Aaron Ayala, and Maura Nelson, your top three today in the ERL Women's Championship race, with Jackie Godby finishing this one up just under 2 hours with a 4.22 average watt per kilo. What a day in the saddle for Jackie Godby. That'll do it for us from the Echelon Racing League. For my colleague Lauren Hall, my name is Brad Soner, saying thanks for watching. And for everybody here at the Echelon Racing League, our director Mark Zalewski, our camera operator Damon Bates, our interviewer Emma Watson, and of course all the crew behind the scenes, Frank Cundiff and Eric Hill, the commissioners of the Echelon Racing League. Thanks for being with us all season. We'll see you at the National Championships, and if not, we'll see you for Season 3.